Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live, video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there. Well, I scored more this weekend than the Phillies did. I'm kidding. But two shutouts to the Cardinals. And I didn't see Bob Gibson pitching for the Cardinals. Was he on the pitching ledger this weekend? I didn't see that. Was John Tudor out there for the Cardinals? I didn't see that.
I didn't see Chris Carpenter either.
But they did get shut out twice, the Phils, and we're going to get into it because their lineup problems have been exposed big time. And it's more than just what we saw this weekend. This is a big picture problem that has been happening and happening and happening and happening. And I feel like we're at a stage in this team's existence where the blueprint has been set. Okay? You're a pitching coach. You play the Phillies. You've seen this team for 3 years now. You have all of your notes from 2022 and 2023 and 2024 on how to attack this lineup and go after these guys and where their weaknesses are. Now, that's not to say there's certain guys who can make the adjustments and they can kind of get through it. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, those level of players, they can make the adjustments and change. But as you get more tape on Brandon Marsh and more tape on Bryson Stott and more tape on Alec Boehm and more tape on certain players, you start to say, hey, as a pitching coach, this is how we're going to navigate this lineup. All right? We've attacked this team like this. This is what they do. This is where they're weak. This is how we can get them. And like the Phillies have not made any certain sort of changes to this team. What they have tried to do is shake it up. They have 3 different leadoff hitters so far this year in 15 games. They have changed leadoff hitters 3 times in 15 games. You went with this idea that you were going to have one leadoff hitter against right-handed pitchers and a different leadoff hitter against left-handed pitchers. Well, then you blew that up on Friday night and decided because we have no one to hit behind Bryce Harper, the biggest asset in our lineup, we then have to take one of our leadoff options and move him behind Bryce Harper so we can protect him. Well, what that did was create another hole at the top of the lineup because Bryson Stott right now against left-handed pitching is hitting under 100. So you can't use him in that spot. Oh, by the way, he doesn't hit right-handed pitching all that well. And you saw that in a key moment on Friday night. I thought that was the tone of the whole problem with the lineup. We talked about this on Friday when they put Stott in the leadoff spot, which was you get 2 runners on, and then you turn the lineup over, and here comes the leadoff guy, and you're all excited. We're back to the top of the lineup. Well, there's 2 outs and a runner on third. And by the way, the pitcher walks a guy to put him there, and then he makes a pickoff throw and throws it away and ends up getting a runner on third base. And now you're at the top of the lineup where the pitcher walks a guy, has a bad pickoff throw, and here comes a leadoff guy. Oh, man, you got to make him pay. And Bryson Stott strikes out. Now, you're going to strike out. It happens. But it's just a microcosm of Bryson Stott at the top of the lineup just is not an impactful enough player that it can make the other team. When you have a runner on third and you put him there, that pitcher has to either bear down and go after the guy, or he is prone to make a mistake because he's saying, oh, man, I walked this guy. Now I put the guy on third because I made a bad throw, and now I have to figure out how to get Kyle Schwarber out or Trey Turner. And now Trey Turner, he's another part of this equation. You see Bryson Stott come up, you're saying, runner on third, I put the guy there. I made him go to third base because of my bad throw, but all I got to do is go after Bryson Stott? Okay, I'll go right after this guy. There's no fear. There's no fear when you turn the lineup over. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. 0973. Hit me up on the text board. So the real issues with this Phillies lineup is they have been, when we talk about a guy like Edmundo Sosa, right? People wanted to see more Edmundo Sosa. And what happens when you play Edmundo Sosa more is he gets exposed. I mean, his batting average has dropped over 100 points in a flash. He struck out 4 out of 5 at bats. You can't play Edmundo Sosa every single day. But these other guys are hitting the overexposed button as well. Bryson Stott's getting overexposed. Brandon Marsh is way overexposed. Alec Boehm, they're finding new ways to kind of attack him. This is a guy who hit over 300 with runners in scoring position. He's a guy who's driven in a lot of runs. He's a 285 hitter last year. You hit 285 in today's game, that's pretty darn good. But now they're finding new ways to go after Boehm, where he's getting himself out. Good pitchers will make you get yourself out. And they have found ways, these pitchers now, to say, this guy's not a good hitter. I'll let him get himself out. I don't need to get him out. He'll get himself out. The Phillies lineup is filled with guys who will get themselves out. Now, and Jeff, you make the point. It's fair. We talked about it on Friday's show. Jeff's watching on the YouTube channel, and he posted this message. Friday night, not a fair criticism. They didn't land till 4 a.m. Yeah, we heard they didn't get into 4:30. They had to play at, I guess, Central Time, so it was 8:15 at night. Yeah, maybe they're a little sluggish. Okay, well, they didn't score yesterday either. So I would say, yes, we talked about that on Friday's show. Bob Wankel brought it up that, hey, this team's probably going to be sluggish this on Friday. They were sluggish on Friday. They were sluggish on Saturday. They were sluggish on Sunday. And guess what? Bryson Stott's, 27 years old, Jeff? I used to get home at 4 o'clock in the morning and can shake off the cobwebs and be ready to go to party it up again at 8 o'clock the next night. So, yes, I'll give him one day. What was the problem? And Rob Thompson said it yesterday. It's the first time, he said, that the team lacked energy. And that comment to me is the one that stands out. That's Rob Thompson maybe understanding, man, we keep spinning the chamber, but there's no bullets coming out. This game of Russian roulette isn't hitting an 8-run game. It keeps coming up zeros. And look, Brandon Marsh, 4 for his last 37 to start the season, 0 for 26 with 9 strikeouts. I'm letting my guys down, he said. Well, you're not only letting the guys down, I think you're starting to let down the GM who realizes maybe, just maybe, I did not act. Now, they're going to play San Francisco, who's 11-4, by the way, coming in for 4 games right now. This isn't a season on the brink. We're not saying blow anything up. But what I wonder, again, I'm not advocating to blow anything up. I'm not saying you got to trade Bryce Harper, any of that. But what I am wondering, they've shuffled the order. They've tried 3 leadoff hitters, no runs. This home set, you got shut out twice. You lost 2 of 3. You had a terrible road trip. Now you're coming home and facing a team that's 11-4, and you're coming home with Taijuan Walker trying to save the day. Could this be the beginning of the end for this offensive group? Dave Dombrowski has to be watching and wondering, when do I push the shake it up button? Not blow it up, shake it up. Maybe a tweak here, a tweak there. Maybe the Marsh thing, we overvalued. We overstepped. We told him we want him to play every day. Maybe that's just not the case. Maybe the Kepler thing, we miscalculated. We thought he was a veteran player who would fit into our team and really give us something that we didn't have. That's not really happening. So I'm not saying blow it up, but you wonder if there is a shakeup. And I don't know what that shakeup is. I mean, you don't have a lot of depth in the organization. The Rincones kid, who's down there raking right now, but he's another left-handed bat. We talked about Justin Crawford. He's another left-handed bat. So, sure, I'm willing to open I'm willing and open to listen to ideas, but I don't know that the Phillies have any organizational answers right in front of them at this current time. John and Manahawkin, Mike, face it. Dombrowski kept this team together for team chemistry. That failed. Hitting coach, not helping. What has to happen for this team's approach to change? Quite frankly, John, the metrics say the change in approach has happened. Their chase rate is the best in the league right now. I mean, in terms of they chase out of the zone less than any other team in baseball. So they have changed their approach, John. We always want to blame the hitting coach. Let me tell you what hitting coaches do. They sit there and spit sunflower seeds and get paid for it. You think a hitting coach is going to come in here and all of a sudden, voila, change things. I mean, come on. Seriously? Really? He's going to sit down with Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner. I mean, I'm not downplaying what these guys do, but we always want to blame some coach who's 8 levels down the rung. The hitting coach getting changed is not changing this team. They have inherent flaws in that, look, Alec Boehm is a 285, 15 homer guy. That's what he is. They don't need a 285, 15 homer guy in that spot. They need a guy that's maybe 250 with 35 homers. So Alec Boehm works on a team that is just kind of looking for, they have no middle of the lineup right-handed power. So you have nobody to fear behind Bryce Harper. So much so that you've now had to put another left-hander behind him in the lineup. Not ideal. The lefties right now, all right, this is from, by the way, if you guys aren't following Phil's Tailgate, it's at Phil's Tailgate. I think they're one of the best Philly follows on all of the intraweb. You follow them, Josh? Philly's Tailgate?
I do follow them.
Okay. I think whoever that is, whoever runs that account, that guy gets a shout out. He is really good. Phillies versus lefties this season. Schwarber's hitting 450. Okay, that's pretty good. Harper's hitting 208. Not good. Kepler's hitting 200. Not good. Marsh is hitting 154. Not good. Stott is hitting 063. Really bad. They have 5 guys in their everyday lineup, and 4 of them right now can't hit left-handers. This has been the same story over and over, and I don't know that any hitting coach in the world is going to fix that right now. This is a very difficult thing for lefties. Have a hard time hitting lefties, and when you have 5 of them in your lineup, you have a flaw in the way your roster has been built. Clarence in Delaware, the best and worst after the weekend. 5 double plays, and Marsh is the worst at the plate. He don't see anything. Yeah, defensively, this team is fine. You got a Gold Glove second baseman. You're very good in center field when Rojas plays. They're fine. The defense isn't a problem for this team, but you can have Gold Glovers all over the field. If you can't score, that's a problem. And I'll tell you what, it's the second start in a row that Wheeler has not looked great, not looked sharp, not commanding. And we've been asking the question of when is Wheeler going to start to show and take a little bit of a tick back? Is it now? Because if that's the case, and I'm not ready to go there yet. I thought yesterday Wheeler's command after the second or third inning kind of waned a little bit, and he was not his sharp self. Now, he could have thrown a shutout yesterday, and that wouldn't have helped him. But when you pitch him in a game against a lesser opponent, the Cardinals, let's be honest, the Cardinals are not as good as the Phillies are on any day of the week, are they? I mean, that Cardinals team looks like a beer league softball team.
Yeah, but they came into the series second in the National League in runs scored. So we knew that they were a team that could score runs. It was just a matter of could the Phillies score runs too? And you could argue if the Phillies weren't so inept offensively yesterday, they had a legitimate chance to win the game because Wheeler kept them in it early. If he would have scored early, you might have taken a little pressure off of the team.
No doubt. Absolutely. But again, goes back to what we've been talking about with Wheeler. At what point is Wheeler not the same Wheeler where he's like, hey guys, I need a little help now. I'm not going to throw zeros but my point is when you enter the game and you have Zach Wheeler pitching, you feel pretty good that you're going to win that game. You look up at the scoreboard, that game was done. You were done. When they got to 2-0, what was that, the 4th or 5th inning?
The fourth inning, I think. Let me pull it up.
They scored a couple runs in the fourth. I think it was the fourth or the fifth.
Because they had the home run.
Fourth. They scored 2 in the fourth, right. When Contreras hit that home run in the fourth, felt like the game was over. I mean, you felt that you had no shot to get back in that game. And in the sixth, they hit another home run, and you said, lights out, the party's over.
But real quick, Mike, you felt like that because the offense gave you no hope. And that's the problem. You've invested all this money into all these hitters, and you're not getting a return on your investment.
Absolutely not. The ROI from this lineup has been so disappointing. Again, I go back to when they signed Castellanos. Thought, my gosh, what a great signing. And honestly, it's foolish on my part to say that it was a great signing based on the fact that he had really one very good year in a contract year. Castellanos was awesome that year in Cincinnati, and he sucked me in and said, man, what a great signing. They got a right-handed bat who hit 300 with 34 homers, and he has not been. So when I look at the problems of this team, I can start to rank them. And I put Trey Turner and Nick Castellanos right at the top of that list. And you would say, what are they doing wrong? They're not doing anything wrong. But I paid you guys more than what you're giving me. And because you guys, in other words, Castellanos gets signed for $100 million.
Yep.
$20 million a year, $100 million. When you get paid that money, I shouldn't have to worry about where I'm hitting you. The answer should be clear. You're getting paid $100 million to protect Bryce Harper, right? That should be clear and concise. When we signed you, we signed a guy hitting 309 with a 362 on base, 34 homers, 100 RBI.
Yep.
And we're not getting that. We're not getting that ROI. And when I signed Trey Turner, I had a guy that was high on base, high stolen base, high everything. And I'm not getting that guy. So where are your problems? Yes, I got problems with Marsh, and I got problems with Bohm, and I got problems with Stott. But those things are masked by the fact, or elevated, I should say, by the fact that a guy like Nick Castellanos, who, look, he's hitting 291. It's fine. He's having a pretty good start to the season, by the way. But he's not a $100 million player. You're not getting the ROI. Trey Turner, I mean, he's not horrible, right? You're not looking at Trey Turner going, oh, my God, he's hitting 150.
No, but right now,
he's hitting 240.
He's the fourth best hitter on this team, on a team where he's the second highest paid player.
Turner, yeah, no question. By the way, right now, you have Bryce Harper in 250. It's average. It's average for today's standards, which have lessened. Okay, you hit 250 in a different era. You were a very average hitter. 250 in today's game, they're like, woohoo! We got a guy hitting 250. His on base percentage is 373, which is very good. Castellanos hitting 291. That's a very good average. You got Schwarber down to 273, but he's still on base 41% of the time. Bryson Stott's hitting 250. His on base is 321. Turner's hitting 240. His on base is 321. Those guys are average to below average players right now. And then you go to JT, 238, 319 on base. Not good. You got a lot of puzzle pieces that just don't fit. It's a puzzle that's always one, or I'm almost going to say two pieces short now.
Yeah, because what you did is you now put a team on the field where you have, it's one thing if you have one guy who's not a very good hitter or a below average hitter. You have multiple guys who are performing at a level that is just unacceptable.
Yeah. So the real reason for this team's problem, to me, I'm the highest players in the company. I'm going one and two because everything is supposed to be built around what you paid them. When I paid you $100 million, it was to protect Bryce Harper. You haven't been able to do it. So because you couldn't do that, I had to go get Trey Turner. And because Trey Turner has now failed, now I'm changing this roster and this lineup over time and time again because I'm not getting the ROI on the guys I paid $400+ million on. Now, there are other guys who are certainly in this conversation, and we're going to get to them as well. Bob Wankel at 3. And when we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressofAC.com, joins me right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the show live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We'll read off your text messages and react to that all this hour right here on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, this is your last week to qualify to win Eagles Club Box tickets. That's right. We have Eagles Club Box tickets at our Eagles draft party, which is next Thursday. Listen for your cue to call throughout today's show right here on the Sports Pad. And that first cue to call, it's right now. Caller 7-609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered in for a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you must be present to win at Ocean Casino's Gallery Bar Book and Game. We will be there on the day of the draft. Pair of Eagles Club Box tickets, plus other great prizes like an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. You are running out of days to enter. If you want to win the tickets, here's your next chance right now. Caller 7, 609 573 3776. Good luck. 228 Sports Bash Live. We're back here. We're going to congratulate our latest winner, our latest qualifier, I should say. He didn't yet, but we'll see. Larry in Delhaven, which Josh reports is the third resident of Delhaven to qualify for this tournament. I can now officially say every resident of Delhaven has listened to this radio station and this show. Larry, thank you for finishing the trifecta. I've got to get a picture with all three of them. Thursday. I don't even know where Delhaven is. I know it's in K-May County somewhere, I'm imagining, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, it's if you go south of Cape May Courthouse and you see Whitesboro, you make a right down one street and you keep going for about a mile and a half, and boom, it's Delhaven.
All right, Larry. We'll see you there, Larry. Congratulations to him. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PrestonAC.com. He is on his way to Citizens Bank Park tonight. Taiwan Walker gets the start tonight for the reeling Phillies. They got shut out twice this weekend. What's the mood at the ballpark when you think? What do you think the mood at the ballpark will be tonight, Mike? When you arrive to see this team?
Well, I think concern, right? I mean, although it's early in the season, some of the storylines that we were concerned about coming into the season have kind of reared their ugly head on this road trip. In particular, the inability of their left-handed hitters to hit left-handed pitching. So, I still think the Phillies are a very good baseball team. I still think they're playoff bound, but are they World Series elite? At this point, I'd have to say no.
When you see the lineup, Turner one day, Schwarber one day, Stott on Friday and Saturday, what does that make you think about what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish? Is that desperation? How do you read that?
I wouldn't say desperation, but I'd say they're searching, right? They're trying to search for something to get some guys going. Here's the situation, right? Brandon Marsh does not have a hit in April. And it's April 14th, so that's not good, okay? If it was April 3rd, it wouldn't be good. It's April 14th. He's not hitting, okay? Max Kepler so far has been a disappointment against left-handed pitching and really hasn't done much overall outside of that home run in the home opener. Bryson Stott has also not hit the ball well. So, you're talking about 9 spots in your lineup, and against left-handed pitching, they've got 2 dead spots, center field and left field, and it's tough to win games and be an elite team with 2 dead spots in your lineup. To me, this is a ball club right now that 2 weeks into the season, I think is crying out for a right-handed power bat and needs at least one more relief pitcher to be an elite World Series team.
Yeah.
Now, I'm talking elite World Series. I think as constituted right now, Mike, this is important to know. I think they're 88 wins to 92, 93 wins, might even win the division, but I think this is a team that falls short of the World Series as they are presently playing /constituted.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. I say earlier today, this is a home series. You just had 2 bad series on the road. Now you have Taiwan Walker pitching tonight. Does Dave Dombrowski start to watch this early in the season and wonder if it's time to shake something up, or is it too early for those thoughts?
Well, I think it might be a little too early for those thoughts, but, the trends on some guys are heading in the wrong direction, and they're playing a 4-game series against the San Francisco Giants team that really hasn't hit the ball well this year, but is pitching really as well as any team in baseball and comes off taking a series from the New York Yankees. And when you've had a 2-4 road trip, you wish that, Zach Wheeler or Christopher Sanchez or Jesus Luzardo was on the mound tonight instead of Taiwan Walker, although Walker, has pitched well in his 2 starts so far this season. Mike, I don't know if you can shake it up at this season, but there's definitely something lacking there that kind of pushed this team to an elite level. And I think you're getting to a point, I think you're maybe a couple of days away. If Brandon Marsh doesn't start to hit, if Max Kepler doesn't start to hit, if Bryson Stott doesn't start to hit, if they don't start to hit left-handed pitching better, I think you're in a situation where you're going to have to make a move to sort of shake up. You can't have a guy in the lineup who doesn't have a hit in the month of April. I don't care what you think about Brandon Marsh. If you're 0 for April, you can't play in May. So, and we're almost at May.
Yes, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, by the way. Harper, 208 against lefties. Kepler, 200. Marsh, 154. Stott, 063. I have not seen if the lineup is out. I doubt it yet. But do you like Stott at the top of the lineup, and do you think that's something they're going to stick with? And I guess they went to this, Mike, because the Braves intentionally walked Harper twice in the same game, and the Phillies must have decided, look, we can't let that keep happening. So they are forced then to move Schwarber as their move. But the answer to that is I got to move someone to the top. And if I put Stott in the 2-hole, now I got 3 lefties back to back to back. They're really, it seems, constantly a chess piece short.
Yeah, exactly. And that chess piece short is a right-handed power bat in the outfield, right? I mean, if you had a right-handed power bat playing left field right now, maybe you'd have more flexibility in your lineup.
Well, Mike, isn't the infuriating thing about that is that you paid Nick Castellanos $100 million to be that guy? Isn't that like one of the underlining things? Is nice guy. He's had a good season, good start this year. He had a fine end of last year. But really, isn't that the first piece that failed you was you gave him $100 million to protect Bryce Harper, and he hasn't been able to be that guy?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to a degree, I'm not going to be hard on Nick. I think he's hit the ball well so far this season. He's been very streaky in his Phillies career. I think they're just a guy short. So even if Castellanos has a great year, even if he has 30 home runs and bats 300, if Kepler and Marsh can't hit lefties and Stott can't hit lefties, you're still a guy short, right? So, I think the answer is kind of getting these guys, either Marsh or Kepler starts to hit left-handed hitters, or they're out of here, and you got to get somebody in who can. Now, I can sit here on the radio at 2:33 on April 14th and speak to all the great listeners down in Delhaven and Cape May County and say they need a right-handed power bat. But easier said than done, right? I mean, those guys don't grow on trees. It's hard to get a guy like that. So, and again, I say this all in the framework of this is a good baseball team. I'm not pushing the panic button. This is a team that's going to win, like I said, 88 to 93 games. This is a team that's going to go to the playoffs. But do I think they can be successful in the playoffs the way they are presently constituted and the way the guys have played? I would say no. I think they need, like I said, a relief pitcher, and they need to solve this left-handed pitching issue. Either Marsh, Kepler, and start to hit, or they got to get people in here who can hit.
Yeah, and you start to go down to your minor leagues. People are texting me and tweeting me. What about Crawford? Well, he's left-handed. The kid Rincones, who's got off to a great start and showed some flashes in the minor leagues. Alas, Mike, he also hits left-handed. So you got to think outside the box and maybe start thinking about, should I move a Bryson Stott? Do I have to think about trading Justin Crawford? Not because I want to, but I got to change the complexity of what this roster looks like. 2 left-handed.
It's an interesting question, Mike, and I'd be interested to see what your listeners, what the fans think. This is a team, let's face it, this is a win-now team. Look at the ages of the guys who are out there. A lot of them are early 30s, starting to get to mid-30s. Do you pull the trigger? Do you put a Crawford in a package? Do you put an Aiden Miller in a package? Do you throw him in the package? You throw those 2 guys in a package with Bryson Stott or Alec Bohm? And do you make a move to get a big-time right-handed power bat in here to sort of, maximize the opportunity? In other words, do you go all in to try to win this year and maybe sacrifice a little bit of the future? I mean, I'd be interested in what the fans say. To me, I would do that because I'm a win now type of guy. So, and I wouldn't worry. I'd worry about what the Phillies are going to be like 5 years from now. But yeah, it's an interesting question. If they continue like this, like what do they mortgage the future with some of those prospects to try to maximize the window they have right now.
Yeah, and this isn't like, hey, I want to get rid of Bryson Stott. I think, but to me, Bryson Stott, I don't know. He is what he is. He's a 255 hitter. If he hits 14, 15 home runs, great. He's a low to mid on base guy. I don't know that he's an untouchable type of player. I mean, if somebody's interested in him just because he happens to be left-handed, I almost have to start saying that might be my first call.
Yeah, Mike, the only guy that I wouldn't trade on the Phillies right now, and obviously let's put this aside, and we know they're not trading Bryce Harper or Schwarber or somebody like that. But you talk about the prospects and the young guys. The only guy I wouldn't trade would be Andrew Painter. Everybody else can go. I mean, remember back in 2010, 2011, there were people arguing that, hey, don't trade Kyle Drabek for Roy Halladay. The Phillies probably could have had Roy Halladay for another year if they had been willing to part with Kyle Drabek. Well, how does that trade look back when you look back 14 years on it? They signed Roy Halladay, and they traded Cliff Lee because they felt they had to replenish their farm system. So they replenished their farm system with the trade with Seattle. None of those guys amounted to everything. How would Roy Halladay, an extra year of Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee have looked in 2010 or whatever it was?
Yeah.
So,
you go back to those, you go back to that era, every guy they traded, every name we heard, every prospect, Lou Marson, Jason Donald, Carlos Carrasco, Drabek, you name it, none of them panned out. I mean, Carrasco of that group is probably the best guy, and you wouldn't say, oh my God, I would never have given him up. They had all those names in the minors for years. Who's the other guy? He's in Seattle, right? J.P. Crawford, the number one prospect in all of baseball. He's gone to Seattle. He's had a nice career, nothing crazy. Dom Brown, number one prospect in all of baseball. This is where you have to open up and say, hey, you know what? I think the Crawford kid might be great. He's left-handed. He doesn't fit our organization. Maybe he gets me back that right-handed bat and that bullpen arm I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go you one further. I mean, by this point, Mick Abel and Griff McGarry were supposed to be here in Citizens Bank pitching in the starting rotation. And where are they now? Both struggling in the minor leagues. So you're right. And it's not just the Phillies, Mike. It's everybody throughout baseball. I mean, this is one of the many things I blame the internet on. When I was a kid back in the 1970s, rooting for the New York Mets, I had no idea who was on the AAA team. I had no idea who they drafted, all right? Nowadays, people follow these prospects, and it's great for the game, and it's great for these minor league towns, but people think way too much of these prospects than how they actually pan out, basically.
Well, Mike, you're going to see Taijuan Walker tonight, and interesting because Ranger Suarez threw this weekend, Andrew Painter threw on Friday night, or actually Suarez threw Thursday, Painter threw Friday. We wonder how many more starts you're going to get for Taijuan Walker. But my question would be this. If Walker pitches well again, do the Phillies just go and put Suarez in the bullpen and say, you know what? He's had so many injury issues. We're just going to bring him back as a bullpen arm, try to get as much out of Walker until Painter's ready, and then possibly in the process get Walker some value.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to put Suarez out there as a starter. When he's ready to start, he will start, and he will bump Taijuan Walker from the rotation. But sometimes these issues, when it looks like you have too much pitching, it never looks like you have too much pitching because these issues have a way of working themselves out. But Ranger Suarez, when he comes back, they are going to start him in that role there as a starting pitcher. And so we'll see how that unfolds. But again, you tell me they have 6 pitchers for 5 spots. Well, these things have a way of working themselves out, and we'll see how that unfolds.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. You can check out his thoughts on the Phillies. He'll be up there tonight. They open up a 4-game set with the Giants, who are 11-4 coming in, and the Phillies have dropped 2 out of 3. They got shut out twice this weekend. Not any easier against the Giants tonight. All right, Mike, thanks, buddy.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Thanks.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And, of course, you can watch the show live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to YouTube. That's the easiest way to do it, because then you get the alert when the show goes live. You can stream it over to your television. You can watch on your phone, live TV, tablet, wherever else you would watch a YouTube show. There's a lot there, man. We got a lot coming in. A lot of text messages. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. All right. Phillies lineup should be out in about 15, 20 minutes. You think Stott's going to be back at the top of the lineup? You going with Stott again?
I hope not.
Boy, Jack.
I'm just I'm just tired of being a Philadelphia sports fan in the city where the people who run the teams take forever to figure out what everyone else is. Like, why are the Eagles the only franchise in the city run by people who are not 5 steps behind?
Hey, Dave Dombrowski, World Series.
I
I
don't
want to
know if
read
that
Glendon
happens
and
now.
Seeker when we get back. I want to read your text messages as well. 609 403 Shaner and EHC. I see your text messages as well. Clarence in Delaware. What else we got here? Cole and LBI. If you have a text on the Phillies and opening thoughts, let us know. 609 403 0973. More sports back coming up. All right, 250. Who can it be today? Leadoff. Who's your bet to hit leadoff tonight for the Phils? The Giants in town. So you're getting Haiwan Walker for the Phils, and he is opposed
by Roop, the right hand.
right hand.
There's only one left-hander in this series, Robbie Ray on Wednesday.
Robbie Ray. Pretty good lefty a couple of years ago.
Well, their whole rotation is guys who used to be good basically. They got Verlander and Ray.
Well, they're pretty good right now. The Giants.
Plus, they're hitters.
11-4 to start the season. Yeah, Landon Root tonight against Haiwan Walker. I would imagine you're going to see that Stott back at the top of the lineup. Because listen, you've got to have someone protecting Harper.
Right.
And if it's not Bone, and you don't think it's Castellanos, you don't really have another option.
Right.
So it's almost right now, it almost has to be Schwarber. And if you're going to move Schwarber there, you can't put Stott in the 2-hole. What I might do is try Bohm in the 2-hole. I know you love Bohm. He stinks. There's not a great option. Real Muto has been terrible. Too many lefties, man. It's just a big problem. I mean, you almost have to then wonder, with a right-handed pitcher, you got the lefty, which is okay. But then you have them stacked at the bottom. If I move Bohm to the 2-hole, like if I go Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, then I have a problem where I have Kepler, Marsh. I probably don't even play Marsh. I literally probably sit Marsh down and just play Rojas tonight in center field. Really good. Well, and I've said this before. I'll say it again. I mean, Rojas offers more winning attributes than Marsh does. He just does. He's a better defensive player. He is a faster runner. He can get on base by accident. And by the way, right now, I mean, believe me, take it with a grain of salt. Rojas is hitting over 300. His on base percentage is 400. So people want Sosa in the lineup. I'm taking my chances with Rojas in the lineup right now. Why he's hitting, why he's getting on base. He's on base at a 400 clip. I know he's only played in 7 games, but why would I keep trotting Marsh out there for the love of God?
And that's where it's frustrating for a lot of people, not just us. It's the idea that you got a guy who's not producing at all. 0 for 26. Like, at what point does anybody have to walk into a meeting between Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, and Preston Madden? Let's say they meet every day, right? There's got to be a fourth guy to walk in the meeting and be like, guys, Brandon Marsh is over 26. Are we really keep trying this guy out there?
I will say this, and I'm on board with you. I will say at the same side, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. The sample size is pretty small. 15 games is a very small sample size.
I totally get that, but can you not bench the guy for a game or two?
And they bench
Alec Bohm for a game.
They've sat Marsh. I mean, he hasn't played. I mean, he's played in 14 games. What are they? 9-4? No, 9-6. So he's okay, yeah. So yeah, he's missed maybe one game then. So yeah, he's only missed one. Yeah, you're right then. You're right then. So fine, yeah, I agree. He shouldn't be playing every single day, no question. That said, 15 game sample size is too small to judge anybody on.
I understand
that. That said, you start the season hitting 108. This guy at his best is going to hit 230 this year, and that's if he
goes on a hot streak,
tears it up. I mean, you remember last year we were talking about Castellanos, what he would have to do to get back to a respectable number. This is worse. I mean, Castellanos was like 190 something. March hitting 108. 609-403-0973. Glenn and Absecon. And Mike, I know the Phillies have had success with this group of players, but like Bohm, Marsh, Stott are just guys to me. Turner and Castellanos aren't as good as their contracts say they are. I agree with that. Their production is not just consistently not there. It's really been a problem in the postseason when it really matters. Something needs to change. At this point, Harper and Schwarber are your only real players. Everything else should be on the table to make this team better. Glenn, can't disagree with anything you just said, and we're going to bring it back up with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad next. by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Well, no heating or cooling for the Phils. They were ice cold this weekend. Shut out twice. What will the lineup look like tonight? We'll throw darts at the board with Bob Wankel. Crossing Broad is back. He put out a bunch of nuggets this weekend we'll be talking about. The people on the text board are fired up. And it's another Mike and Bob Monday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You score twice. You go 2 games without scoring a run. You start to get the irrational hot takes. So they warranted Bob Wankel today.
There's, I think, some reason for concern. I mean, you can look big picture and say 9-6 after 15 games is pretty good. And if you take a deep breath and just look around the sport, you understand that. But I do think that you'd be kidding yourself through 15 games if you don't have some concerns here. And this past weekend, Phillies went 14 of 94 at the plate. They hit 149 as a team. They were 2 for 19 with runners in scoring position, and they only had 2 extra base hits, both doubles. Last week, I asked, what would this offense look like if Kyle Schwarber cooled down? And now we have the answer to that.
Well, all right, so let's go with Kyle Schwarber. They had to move him to the 4 hole. They put Stott to the leadoff spot. This is probably a reaction to Harper getting walked twice the other night in a game against the Braves because they don't have anybody to hit behind Harper. So do you stick with Schwarber there? Do you like Stott as the leadoff guy?
Well, I don't blame the Phillies for tinkering with the lineup. And I mean, this really is like shades of Gabe Kapler in terms of the inconsistencies in the lineup. Every time you get the tweet from the media perspective and you see the lineup go up, you say, oh, that's a little different tonight. This is a different look. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that they're just trying to find a combination that might not be the one that you see for the entirety of the season, but just something that gives a little bit of life to this lineup right now. It's amazing. Like, we talk twice a week, and it feels like every time that we've talked the last 5 or 6 times, it's about Bohm and Marsh. But I mean, the problems extend beyond those 2 players, though they are certainly at the top of the list of concerns.
Well, their numbers stick out. No question about it. Bohm's been wretched. Marsh has been worse, if you can even imagine that. But the problems stem from, really, to me, the big money guys. Nick Castellanos got $100 million to protect Bryce Harper, and he hasn't been able to do it. So they have to hide him in the 5 hole, the 6 hole, sometimes the 7 hole. And Trey Turner makes $300 million, and you really don't know what to do with him. Do you hit him 2? Do you hit him leadoff? What do you do with those guys? That's $400 million that your ROI has been less than what you had hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Trey Turner goes, it's like a matter of perspective, I guess. You look at his overall numbers and say, all right, and I mean overall numbers as a Philly, and you say he's done okay. He's like maybe doing a little bit better than people give him credit for. But I don't think that you can make an argument that he's been the impact player that they had hoped that they would get. And this season, I think there was a lot of talk about, will he be more patient? Will he patch up some of the holes in the swing? What's he going to do if he's hitting at the top of the lineup? And right now we're seeing that he's swinging at less pitches or fewer pitches outside of the zone, but he's also swinging at fewer strikes. And he's just not doing the damage that you would see him do even a year or 2 ago in spurts. Like, right now, he's just not that guy. He looks like he's feeling for a little bit at the plate, and he has not been able to put this team on his back for 4, 5, 6 games while guys are scuffling. And that's what you expect players to do when you pay him $300 million. And both Turner nor Harper have really gotten that type of streak going yet.
All right, there it is. If you're watching on YouTube or the X platform, the Phillies lineup is out. They listened to me there, Bob Wankel. They took Marsh out and just went with Rojas. Thank God. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Real Muto, Kepler, Bohm, Rojas. So Marsh is getting the day off today, and Rojas will play against a right-handed pitcher. They went back to Kepler. Now, yesterday they went with Marsh against a lefty and sat Kepler. That didn't go so well. So now they're trying something here. But give me your thoughts on Stott, why he either makes sense or maybe in your mind does it make sense. I don't know how you feel about the Stott thing as the leadoff guy. I think they're kind of tied. Hands are tied because he's left-handed. You can't go 3 lefties in a row, although they have gone 8-9-1 lefty, lefty, lefty. So why not 2, 3, 4? Your thoughts on that?
I think it really just comes down to production at this point. And I think some of the underlying numbers of Bryson Stott don't exactly blow you away. But I mean, when you look at this collection of hitters right now, he's been fairly productive. And so it's just a way to sort of lengthen out the lineup a little bit. And I also think it's an acknowledgement that you need to have Kyle Schwarber in the middle of the lineup. I think that in an ideal world, if Trey Turner was, really flashing and getting the job done as a leadoff type, you'd say like, okay, maybe we do that. We put Schwarber behind Harper, especially because Bohm isn't hitting. Like that's the way you go about it. It just to me feels like it does not feel to me like that this is what they are internally saying is the optimal way to do this. I think that what they are saying is right now, it's like you're just trying to plug holes. You're just trying to stop the hemorrhaging sort of. And it's like, Stott just gives you at least like a professional look at the top of the order right now while still allowing Kyle Schwarber to hit behind Harper. I mean, the reality is Kyle Schwarber is probably their best leadoff option, and Kyle Schwarber is also their best option to hit behind Bryce Harper. And so this is what you get because of it.
Yes. So is this a precursor to them having to say, like I said before, like Bryson Stott, it's not like I don't like the guy, whatever. At some point you have to make a decision here. Look, I like Bryson. He's left-handed. He just doesn't fit this team. He might have the most value of the left-handed guys that I might have to be. He might have to be the guy that I get creative with.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible because he is going to be the one that probably has the most outside value if you're looking to change over your roster. But I mean, we'll see what happens here. The Phillies have a little bit of a situation on their hands that they're going to have to navigate. Like, how do you get the most out of the 2025 Phillies with not, totally hamstringing yourself beyond this year and burdening yourself down with big time contracts to aging players? Like, they're going to have to make a determination as the season proceeds. Like, is there enough here to make an honest to goodness run at it? And I think with the starting pitching, they'll probably conclude, yes, like we need to make some moves. We need to kind of go for it. And I put that in air quotes, but I think that they're going to do some things to try to better this team and give themselves a better shot to win in October. But I mean, look, they're not going to be able to overcome the lack of production in left and center field and at third base. Like, these guys have to play better. I'm not saying that they have to become all-stars. I'm not saying that Marsh has to show you 3 months of, 770 OPS against right-handed pitching like we've seen from him in the past. I'm not saying that Alec Boehm has to play on an all-star level, but it can't be this bad. I mean, there's been 177. There are currently 177 qualified hitters in Major League Baseball this season. Alec Boehm has the worst on-base percentage among any of them. He has the second worst slugging percentage and the second worst OPS, and he should be thanking his lucky stars that Jock Peterson exists, or he'd be dead last in all of those categories. It's not that you're not getting protection from Bryce Harper. You're quite literally doing it with the least productive hitter among all qualified hitters in Major League Baseball this season. I mean, you can't have it.
Yeah, you're also getting center field 160, left field 159, third base 150. For those of you watching on YouTube and an X platform, see a tweet from Bob Wankel I guess earlier this morning, which is essentially showing you the three areas where they are really, really deficient. And then Bob, we're 15 games into the season. That's a very small sample size, but have you seen enough to say that sample size isn't too small for me? Because I have seen it in 2022, 2023, and 2024.
I mean, the fact that we're sitting here talking about the Phillies having a center field issue is nothing new. There's enough of a sample size when you go back to last season to have a lot of concerns about Marsh and Boehm specifically. You cannot just say, oh, it's only 15 games when you look at the second half of last season and how poorly both players played. I mean, this is a multi-season bleed over issue. And in the case of Boehm specifically, I think there's a lot of questions about the mentality. Is this getting to be too much for him? Where is he at from his headspace right now? I mean, I'm not saying that these guys can't turn it on or that they won't improve. Like, is Alec Boehm, does he have a 2-week stretch in him where he hits 400 for 2 weeks and gets these numbers back to some level of respectability? Like, there is a track record there of him having done that. So I don't think it's an impossibility, but if you're watching this right now and you're simply saying 15 games, let's not overreact. There's nothing to be concerned about here. It's all good. I think you're kidding yourself.
This question comes in a lot. I want to have you answer because the genesis of the question is, Mike, I know you don't like blaming the coaches, but when do you start looking at the hitting coach? That's Alex from De Villas.
Yeah, I mean, I always kind of I'm a player accountability guy. They're the ones in the box. They're the ones doing it. But at some point, you can acknowledge that a coach is very good and that he has a lot of respect around the league or respect from players around the league. And then sometimes it just, for whatever reason, the message gets stale.
The hard part, the one hard part with the hitting coach, Kevin Long, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper, the three highest paid guys you got, all highly respect him from his time in Washington. It would be hard to convince those three, hey, we're getting rid of them because the guys making no money can't hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid argument. At the same time, what have the Phillies won, and what is Trey Turner doing right now? And listen, Bryce Harper is Bryce Harper, but at some point, you're going to need more there as well. Like, if you want to save this guy's job, then do more than come out and tell the press that you have a lot of respect for him. Hit better. There's a lot of money invested in this lineup, and we're talking about plugging 2 or 3 different holes. When you invest this level of cash in a lineup and have this many issues, I mean, at some point, man, like, I'm not calling for his job. I understand why people might be. It's the first place you look. It is the easiest change you can make, and people are frustrated, and a lot of these guys are not producing right now.
Rob Thompson says this weekend, and I don't know if this is his first chance of saying, yeah, it's the first time it felt like we didn't have any energy. You talked about Friday. They had the late night. They got in at 4:30 in the morning. Okay, Friday night they didn't score. Saturday they win. Sunday he says, yeah, it looks like we didn't have energy in the game. Is that his first kind of, maybe we need to do something here?
Maybe. I think that he's acted a little bit differently than he has in past seasons. You see all this lineup jumbling. I feel like there's a little bit more. You're never going to see Rob throwing things or cursing or yelling or anything, but I mean, the actions here suggest a little bit more urgency and a little bit more concern with what he's seeing. And by the way, like, look, we have this conversation a lot. We're talking about what's wrong with the Phillies. Where's the anxiety coming from? How does this get better? You mentioned they're not getting what they should be out of a Trey Turner or Nick Castellanos. I mean, JT Realmuto this year is hitting .238 with a .629 OPS. He has 2 extra base hits and 41 at-bats. So, again, like, we're talking about Alec Boehm. He's not doing his job. He's been abysmal. But JT Realmuto is making a lot of money to maybe not be your middle-of-the-order guy anymore. He's getting up there in age. But you got to get more than that out of a guy, too.
No doubt. Here I am getting ready for the show today. I got people firing, tweets at me, texting me. Fans love the young guys. I'm not even talking about Crawford, okay? Crawford is struggling his way, but they moved him to left field for a couple games this weekend. I don't know if that means anything to you or what. Rincones had a good spring. He's ripping it up. He also bats left-handed, so I don't know that he's a big help. So you look down at that AAA level and get any thought of, what, they might rattle the cage a little and do something.
I think that there's maybe a point with Brandon Marsh where if they can't get him on track and at least to get him to be semi-productive against right-handed pitching, that maybe they give him a reset and they let him, go down and think about it and try to work some things out, maybe take some of the pressure off of himself. And I think that they believe that there's enough of a hitter there, at least against right-handed pitching, that he's better than this. But in terms of bringing up a prospect, this is the one thing where you kind of will lose me, I guess. It's April 14th, and this is a 9-6 team, and it is very early. And so while I do think it's fair to have concerns about what you're watching, slamming the panic button and trying to rush up prospects who probably don't perfectly fit your need or aren't yet ready is just not really good business. Like, I understand as a Phillies fan, you're probably frustrated watching this and saying, like, what is this? What are we doing here? Yeah. And that makes sense, but I just don't think shuffling the roster and trying to bring up a young kid at this point is the answer. Not on April 14th.
Yeah, I know. You look at Marsh, he is 27, 28. I mean, you start to wonder, okay, when do I like Max Kepler? I mean, the whole Max Kepler decision is confounding here. Like, what did they see and how he would fit into this team to say, you know what? I got $10 million burning a hole in my pocket, and I got the perfect guy to hand it to. Let's go get this guy. I just, from the day it happened, it just didn't seem to fit or make sense at all. Do they have buyer's remorse already to say, what were we thinking?
Yeah, he's off to a little bit of a slow start himself. I think he's a better hitter than he's shown so far, but even if he is, it's still not the fit. It still didn't really solve the need that you had. And
right, the fit just even at his best, I mean, you're like, okay, is he what at his best? How's he fitting into this team?
Yeah, he's probably at his best if he stays healthy, which has been the big issue with him. He's probably a 20 home run guy who is going to have a sub 700 OPS against lefties. He just isn't really what you needed in this lineup. I mean, you're not going to get an argument from me on that.
Mm-hmm. Is there like last year? There's a lot of. We know what they need. They need a right-handed bat that plays every day. That guy doesn't grow on trees. They went down the road of Austin Hayes last year. To get Austin Hayes, it might not seem like a lot, but they had to give up a legitimate bullpen arm, who, by the way, I'm sure they wouldn't mind having back right now. So do they go back down that road of like the fourth outfielder for a team who's just not fitting that happens to bat right-handed? And my question is, what's the ROI? What do I have to give up to go back down the Austin Hayes route again and try that mess again? That's why I don't know if they like, hey, I'll take your fourth outfielder, whoever it may be. I don't know if you have a name in your head, a Lane Thomas, that level of player, or they say that doesn't work either.
I think that they're going to have to explore all their options. My guess is that the prior decision to go after a player like Austin Hayes, it not working out. My assumption would be that if there were a player that had a little bit more upside, that might be a little bit more costly, maybe they would go down that road this time, because they kind of did the bargain hunting route in 24. It did not work. I just kind of have a hard time imagining that they're going to go down that road again. Maybe something of a little bit more consequence this time. We'll see. But it's funny, you mentioned what they had to give up, and one of those arms is Sir Anthony Dominguez, who's yet to give up an earned run in 8 appearances this season. And then, oh, by the way, I don't know if you happen to see Blue Jays Orioles yesterday, but on the other side, you have Jeff Hoffman, who closed out a game and kind of gave some attitude to the Orioles because they raised issues over his shoulder and kind of blew the kiss, and feels like the Phillies are missing that guy right now. So I don't know, man. It's a tough. It's like you're looking at a team that's 9-6. You say, all right, not the end of the world. Some guys need to get going. It's early, but
9-6, by the way, Bob, who beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3 a week ago, and you're like, hey, is this team for real? Like if they take a step up in the hierarchy.
I will just say this. Here's like the positive framing of what you've watched over the last week. It's a 6-game road trip in 2 different cities in early April. By the way, a week ago, when the Phillies beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3, going into that weekend, you're talking about an undefeated Dodgers team, which might be one of the best teams of the last 40 years. And it still very well may be. But the Dodgers have lost 3 straight series, and they're 3-6 over their last 9 games. Well, look, even really good teams like the Dodgers, who won the World Series last year, who are a heavy favorite to win the World Series this year, they go through things. They lost a game 16-0 on Saturday night against the Cubs, and then on national television in a bounce back spot, lost again. So like, what would we be saying if we were the Dodgers at this point? It's one thing about baseball is that we don't watch it the way we watch football. The Eagles may struggle, but you might say to yourself, yeah, but look at what the Cowboys did, and they're flawed, and the 49ers have issues, and the Vikings have issues. In baseball, you watch your team, and if you're really into it, you probably watch them 160 times a year. And how much, San Francisco Giants are you watching? How much Dodgers are you really watching night in, night out? You can pick all these teams apart over 6 months.
No doubt. Who gets a hit first, Cody Clemens or Brandon Marsh?
Well, just the fact that we're not seeing Cody Clemens at all, I'll go Brandon Marsh, but that's not a bet that I would line up to make.
Well, you wonder if like tonight they're facing a righty and Marsh isn't in the lineup. Is this like a couple day thing? Is this and like you said, like Cody Clemens hasn't played. He has exactly 2 at bats this year. He's appeared in 3 games. Like at what point do they say, hey, you know what? Let's give him a shot to play some left field. Let's give him a shot to play some, you know what I mean?
Maybe you get through a game or 2 of Johan Rojas and that doesn't go well. And you say, all right, like, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to patch up center field. And we're going to go stick Cody Clemens out and left. And that's how we're going to move. Look, one thing I will say is this. It's pretty obvious what they plan to do once Wes Wilson gets gets healthy, Cody Clemens isn't going to be here anymore.
Yeah.
And that's all you really need to know about that.
Cody Clemens, any trade value?
No, I mean, maybe for a flyer minor league level prospect guy, but
I asked because I get his name thrown, Rojas. I said, come on, man. Who wants Rojas? Rojas. You're not getting anything returned for Cody Clemens or Rojas, right?
In a perfect world, I think Brandon Marsh sits for 3 straight days and you try to do a hard reset, like a hard unplug. But the Phillies don't live in a perfect world, especially with their outfield depth right now.
Would they send him? Can't imagine they would send Bohm to AAA, but would they send Marsh to AAA? He does have a couple options.
He does have options. And I think that there's a world where you say, like, look, man, we're not done with you. We still think that you can be a valuable player, primarily as a 4th outfielder, or a platoon type of piece. Let's just get it together. You're better than this. Go figure it out. The lights are going to be off of you for a little bit. Plenty of good Major League Baseball players have had to take a minor league reset. Go do it. Bohm, I think, is a little bit of a different story. One, there's more of a track record there. Two, you're talking about, and as you've noted numerous times, this guy was on an all-star team last year. He almost knocked in 100 runs. And then you consider some of the stuff with him on field, the frustrations. Where is he at in terms of his confidence and his doubt in himself? I just don't know if Alec Bohm, I'm not saying that Alec Bohm can't handle it, but I just don't know what message that sends either.
All right, Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. We never really got into any pitching. Wheeler struggled. I don't want to say struggled, just not as sharp for the second straight outing.
No, it wasn't. But real quick, if Philly center fielder in his start against the Braves catches the ball, and then Brandon Marsh makes 1 of 2 plays in left field yesterday, his 4.07 ERA right now would be 2.22.
True.
So 5 of the 11 runs that he's given up in 21 1/3 innings have scored because Phillies outfielders did not make plays for him.
I contend that at this point, Rojas just does way more things to help you win than Marsh does. Regardless of who's pitching, left, right, underhand, Rojas does. He's a way better outfielder. He's faster. He gets on base by accident sometimes just because he hits the ball at 30 miles an hour off the bat that nobody can get to it in time, and he's fast enough to get on base, as opposed to a strikeout. At this point, I'd rather see Rojas play extended than Marsh get that opportunity, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna combat that. Marsh has a 439 OPS right now, and he's not as good of a defender. So,
all right. Well, we'll see what happens. 4 games you get. Taijuan Walker tonight to try to get the positive vibes come back.
The stopper.
There you go, Bob Wankel. Everybody, see you, man.
See you, Mike.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad at Bob Wankel, Bob_Wankel, excuse me, on the X platform. So there you go. For the people out there trying to make trades, not a lot. They don't have a lot of value on the major league roster. Do you want to start getting into high prospects? Crawford, Painter, Miller. I doubt it. I would think of the 3. Crawford hitting left-handed. The left-handed thing is, somebody asked earlier today, why do these lefties have so many problems? And one of the problems is, the question was this from Brian in Cape May Courthouse: how do these guys make it to the big leagues without being able to hit lefties? And it's a fair question, Brian, but I'll try to answer it like this. 1, you don't see as many left-handed pitchers growing up as you do righties. Like, when you see that kid who throws left-handed, you're like, whoa, there's a kid. You get like 1. So you don't see a lot of lefties. 2, you don't see any lefties really in your whole life that are major league caliber. Like, you have to live in the area where that guy happens to live. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't see major league caliber lefties. And that's a different type of pitcher, man. When you're a nasty lefty, that's a different type of pitcher. All right, Keith Pompey, the Sixers ended their season yesterday. What did Daryl Morey say that stood out? That's coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, I need caller 7-609-573-3776. This is one of your last chances to enter the Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You win a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets. One lucky winner will walk away with the Eagles Club Box seats. An overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City is on the line. Ocean Casino Resort gift cards, tickets to some shows, I hear the commercial playing. They got some great shows coming up this summer at Ocean, and we'll have tickets that day. You must be present to win at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Caller 7 right now, 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. Caller number 7. Good luck.
playoffs, and I didn't put enough emphasis on the team getting through the regular season. And so next season, for sure, we will be a younger, more dynamic group.
That was Daryl Morey yesterday after the Sixers season, which I believe was the worst in the history of the franchise. I think Keith Pompey wrote about that at the Inquirer. He joins me now, the Sixers beat writer, longtime beat writer for the Sixers. You've seen them up, the downs, the processes, the good times. Keith, for the ROI, what you thought the expectations were, this may have been the worst season in the history of the franchise. Would you concur that it's right up there, if not the worst?
You know what? I wasn't around for like the whole 76 years, but with the expectations, I would have to say it is the worst. I concur with you, because when you look at it, we could go back to that 10-72 season. We could go back to that 9-73. There was a point where they knew that, we're not going to be any good this year, and it's just going to be what it is, especially when they went 10-72 in 2015-16. We knew they were tanking. This one, it was supposed to be championship or bust. They're going to get the fourth ring in franchise history. We're going to crush the Boston Celtics. We got Paul George, the top free agent. Joel Embiid is back. They went all in, and this was horrible, man. This was the most disappointing because of all the expectations.
And Keith, you had to follow it all year. There was never a moment. I mean, maybe Christmas Day, they win on the road at the Celtics. We were like, okay, but there was never a moment where this season felt like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that this thing's the train's getting on back on the track here. Never.
And it's crazy because they will fool you, right? Like, and people forget, like 12 games in, they had the worst record in the league. They were 14. They were 2-12. And you're right. Like, it was a little bit of, at one point there was some like, you got a little hyped up because they, like you said, they went to Boston and they won that game on Christmas, and they were like 10-3 during that stretch. And then all of a sudden you're thinking like, okay, now mind you, they were playing struggling teams. Now they did beat Boston, but for the most part, they were playing some struggling teams. So they go to Golden State, and you're saying to yourself, like, this is going to be the matchup. And it was like an embarrassing loss. And that's when you said, maybe not. And then it got to another point where they won 4 straight games in a row. They did beat Cleveland, right? And then they lost 2 games, 2 heartbreakers, one to Denver, the other one was to Boston. But you thought, Paul George is coming back, Joel Embiid's coming back, we got the big 3, and everything's going to work out. And then they just fell apart. They fell totally apart. And that was the season right then and there. So you're right. There was a lot of expectations, but like I said, 14 games in, they had the worst record in the NBA. So, we should have known that this was going to be a disappointment, but people kept holding out hope.
Yeah. Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer covers the Sixers. That was the story. So when people say Morey should be held accountable, he did a terrible job, do you say, hey, you can't account for the injuries? Or do you look at it and say he should have accounted for the injuries with this roster that he put together?
It's crazy because, when you look at it, he had to do what he had to do. But you felt like when you look at this roster and you look at the injury history of Paul George, you look at Joel Embiid, Joel Embiid was coming off of playing 39 games. I think the thing that will get Daryl Morey in trouble is that when you give a guy like a Paul George a max contract, and we know he played 70-something games a year before, but it was a contract year, right? But then you look at his history. The other thing where I think Daryl Morey gets in trouble is giving Embiid that contract extension. It was kind of like, now yesterday he said, we got Paul George, we knew he, basically, I'm paraphrasing, that it was one of those things, since we were getting Paul, we wanted to get Embiid so Paul will know that Embiid would be here. But the thing is, what was the rush? Especially when you have a guy who only played 39 games and had an extensive injury history. So to me, it's kind of like those are the things where you have to hold him accountable for just because of, the decisions that he made. If these guys don't play a lot better, he's going to set the Sixers back 5 seasons.
Keith, you take a look. Let me tell you, Morey's been here since 2020. Has he done a good job? I mean, he went back to the Horford trade. Hey, I made that trade. Because he was asked about the draft pick. Looking back, the draft pick, you got to give them up. He talked about the Horford trade. Overall, he's made a lot of moves, and I think a lot of people don't look at the peripheral additions. They just look at the big moves, the injuries, and then you haven't been out of the second round. Has Morey done a good job? Should we be looking closer at him? He said he's going to be back. So how do you what you've seen of Daryl Morey from when he got here to where they are now?
You know what? Here's the thing. I wrote an article a couple of years ago about, it's incomplete. We can't make a decision yet on Daryl Morey. And it was based off of what happened off of the James Harden trade. Well, the James Harden trade happened. And now you look at it and you say, dang, maybe they might have been better off just paying James Harden and keeping him. So when you look at Daryl Morey, the one thing that he did well was when he traded Al Horford and got that draft pick. Used that draft pick. At that particular time, everyone felt like it wouldn't matter. Like this team was going to be so good, it would be probably anywhere from 26 to 30 in the draft. Well, it's not. And, you want to talk about you got rid of Al Horford. I understand that. You got rid of him. But right now, Al Horford was making, 90, would have been 90-something with incentives. Now you got to give Paul George 212. Joel Embiid has an extension of 193. So everything that you thought that you did well on that one, you basically erased it. And then we can go back to the James Harden trade or the Ben Simmons trade. There was Tyrese Halliburton, although he doesn't want to admit it now. But Tyrese Halliburton was a guy that was available to him. There were some other people available to him, but he held out for James Harden. And then next thing you know, James Harden says Daryl Morey is a liar and he wanted out. So, when you look at it, I guess you do have to hold Daryl accountable and, you accountable. And then you look at it and you say, okay, if he's coming back next year, this is a vital year for him because, I feel like he has to make something happen or I think the Sixers are probably going to move on from him.
Yeah, well, and I think that's fair. I don't know how much we hold him accountable for the injuries. Maxey, George. I mean, the Embiid thing, you might say, oh, you should have seen this coming. The George thing, you should have seen this coming. So I guess the question is, Keith, are they going into next year having the same hope they had this year, that those three guys don't get hurt and we put younger players around them? I don't know that helps if those three guys aren't healthy.
Yeah, and that's what the hope is. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those
their only hope? Is that their only hope?
That's their only hope. And then hope and pray that you get a great draft pick, a top draft pick, and someone that you can help build this team around. But yeah, it's that's their only hope. And unfortunately, it sounds great to say that, but the only problem is a concern that I have with this dream and this hope and this goal is we're talking about a guy who having his Joel Embiid having his second knee surgery in 14 months, third in 9 seasons. Paul George will be 35 on May the 2nd. He looked like he couldn't get by anyone. And right now, everyone is saying all the right things like, yes, the surgery was successful with Joel. And Paul George is saying, I'm going to work hard and I'm going to come back. And I feel like these ailments I had. But the thing is, the concern is when you have players who are often injured and they're getting older, how does their body respond when they get older? So to me, that's the major concern. But unfortunately for the Sixers, that's the only hope. They don't have any cap space.
And it's not fair to really ask you, Keith Pompey from the Inquirer, what do these guys look like together? They played 15 games. I mean, so you can't say Well, I really like what I saw. Okay, for 250 minutes, they won one game of any substance. They beat Boston on the road, and you're like, hey, when the three of them are together, this is the ceiling. We saw it once. It's hard to now project that through a whole season, but you just said it. They don't have cap space. So as Daryl Morey said yesterday, Keith, I have to do everything in my power to change the guys around them. How do you do that with no cap space and with a couple player options? And if I'm those players, I ain't opting out.
Exactly. And that's another thing. Like, they're not going to opt out. So what you're going to have to do is, if you don't want them, you're probably going to have to trade them, right? You're going to have to do something to get rid of them. Maybe you waive them. You can do whatever you want. But at the same time, that's still like, killing your cap or whatever. But here's the deal. Like, when we talk about those 15 games, the 76ers actually had a losing record. Like, early on, they looked good, but then they start losing. And when you look at it, Paul George looked like a role player when they all played together. You know what I mean? His numbers were like 5. He scored 5 points fewer when he played with Embiid than when he didn't. His shooting percentage was worse. It was a lot of things that went down. So his overall play. So that's something that, yes, you guys played. There's only 15 games, but it just didn't look good at all. It just didn't.
What kind of job do you think Nick Nurse did?
You know,
we've been having conversations over the years. It's every coach's fault. I mean, Nick Nurse, it's hard to give him any grade in this particular situation. But, overall, with him moving forward, do you like him staying here and get another shot with this group?
I think you got to give him a chance. Here's the thing about Nick Nurse, and I know a lot of people hate Nick Nurse. A lot of his fans like, get rid of him, look at him, he's fiery. I don't understand these lineups. Well, that was the intriguing thing about Nick Nurse when he became the 76ers coach. When he was in Toronto, he came out with some crazy lineups, but they worked because he had the personnel, right? When he also, he was a fiery guy. We all remember him and Joel Embiid getting into it, right? So when I look at Nick Nurse, I think of a guy who, when he first came here, he says, you know what? It's Eastern Conference championship or bust. We're going to have these conversations. The next thing you know, James Harden does not show up for training camp or media day, right? Then he comes to training camp, but then he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to do this and that. So then all of a sudden, they make a trade and they get these guys from the Clippers. And then guess what? They were rolling. Then Joel Embiid gets hurt. Then they trade the guys from the Clippers. And then this year they had so many injuries. So we really haven't had a chance to see what Nick Nurse has done. Can do with this roster. He coached so many different guys, so many different things. So I don't feel like he is a problem. I just want to give him an opportunity to see if he can coach this team. Yeah. Because believe me, he's had a lot of drama, and none of this stuff is what he signed up for.
Oh, you feel bad for him most nights, man. He was in the Brett Brown role, getting out there, just getting the questions. Your confidence, Keith, in Embiid, period. I don't want to just say just him in general. Do you think Joel Embiid has a year, 2 years? Can this guy be the player that you watched every night and help this team become an MVP and help this team be whatever? I know there's a lot of people out there that are done with them. He can't win a championship. He can't get him out of the second round. But the Sixers are banking otherwise. Is he anywhere close to that level of player?
You know what? It's scary to me because, and I'm not trying to take the easy way out, but I think we have to wait and see. But based off what I saw this past year, based off of what I saw like the last 2 seasons where he only played the last 2 a combined 58 games, you get a little nervous, right? That he can be the same guy. And because of the injuries, the ailments, and everything like that. Now, do I think that Joel can be still a solid contributor? I do, but I think that if he's not the guy that he is, he's going to have to reinvent himself. Like he always says that I want to get other people involved. I have to do this and that, and that's what he's going to have to do. Like you just can't say it. You have to do it, but The only question I have about him being the same player moving forward is I've never heard of a guy having 3 surgeries on a knee and coming back and being the same guy. Now, I know technology has changed, but the last time we saw Joel Embiid is he was benched because he wasn't productive. And we're talking about against the Brooklyn Nets, a team he normally dominates. So maybe the knee was just bothering him and maybe this procedure is going to help. But if I have to go by what I saw in the last game that he played, I think that he has a long way to go to becoming that guy he used to be. But I do think if they get another young draft pick, but Joel has to buy in, and you say, Tyrese Maxey, we're going to, run through you, but Joel, you're going to kind of be the steady one that we help, that you're going to get these points, but we're not centering everything around you. Who knows? Maybe he could be a valuable player. But at the same time, it's scary when you say that you got a guy who had 3 knee surgeries in 9 seasons and you're expecting him to be the franchise player.
All right, Keith Pompey, we'll get you out on this because you were around for those process years. You saw players and kind of evaluated, hey, can this guy play? Can he be a guy in the league? And, McConnell and Grant, they found some guys. Grimes, Bona, Edwards, you watch these guys all year. Are these players that are just good players because someone has to score, or do they have roles on a team that can be these younger players around the stars that Daryl Morey insinuated yesterday?
They can. They're players. I don't know if they're going to be stars, right? You know what I mean? I think Daryl Morey was hyping them up because he had to, because everybody is saying doom and gloom. The thing is, let's start with Bona. I think that Bona can be what the Sixers wanted Paul Reed to be. A guy who can come in against certain lineups and be like a specialist that brings energy, that does a lot of things for him, can run the floor, get dunks, block shots. I think he could play that role well. The only question about him, and he did play well against the Milwaukee Bucks when they had Giannis and Brook Lopez, 2 towering guys. But the main question is, can he do that on a nightly basis against taller guys? Because he's listed at 6'10", but he's only 6'8", right? So can he do that? So I still think you need to bring in another center, a taller center, to help you out. Now let's go to Justin Edwards. Justin Edwards is a guy who I think he fits in well because all he wants to do is be on the floor and play. And with that being said, he's a guy that's going to do everything he can as far as setting picks, playing quality D, hitting a couple threes, stuff like that if you need him. He's not going to be the star player, but he's the guy that he can kind of sort of be a glue guy, so to speak. He's not quite in that role yet, but I feel like he can be a guy that will come in and just do quality things for you. Is he a starter? No, but he can be a bench guy that can come in and he'll get grab a couple rebounds, he'll get some defense. You won't really notice him, but at the same time, he's impactful. Quentin Grimes, I like him. The thing is with Quentin Grimes is he just has to know that he's not going to be the stuff that he did with the Sixers this season. If he has to do that moving forward, then they're in trouble. That means that Joel and Paul George are really continuing to struggle. But my thing is, you look at him, and he's a guy that can play the point guard position a little bit. He's not a point guard, but he can play that. He's a willing defender, right? He'll do those things, and he can knock down shots. So, I think that those 3 guys are what you call guys who can help with the rotation. Now, Grimes, depending on what you want to do, you may even decide to start him right next to Maxey, right, and do things, and he's going to knock down shots. So, yes, those 3 guys are quality rotation players. I don't know if they're starters. Now, maybe Grimes is, but the other 2, I just look at those 2 as guys who are going to help you and fulfill a role because, let's face it, they just want to play.
Yeah. All right, there's so much more to get into. The offseason will be very interesting. That lottery ping pong ball will be big for them. 64% chance that they keep their pick. Otherwise, it goes to Oklahoma City. That would be devastating for them. Keith Pompey, of course, from the Philadelphia Inquirer, kind enough to join us here on the Sports Batch. It's a beautiful day to be a Mountaineer wherever you may be.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I'm going to let you pass on that one.
All right, buddy. Thanks, man.
All right, man. Peace.
See you. All right. Keith Pompey from the Inquirer here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Man, there's so much more we can get into. We will this week, too. We'll talk to some others who covered the team all year. I think Keith brought great insight there on the Embiid stuff. I think he was pretty true that can Embiid be the same guy? It's hard to envision a guy with 3 knee surgeries. And I can't disagree with him all that much. Is he going to be a guy that's going to score 34 points a game? I mean, maybe they don't need that guy. I mean, hey, can you score me 25? Can he be a guy that scores 25 a night? That's what maybe you're looking at with Joel Embiid moving forward. Hey, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, how about bonus chance to enter for this year's draft party? Text the word draft, your name, and where you're from to 609-403-0973. Text the word draft, your name, and where you're from to 609-403-0973. First 3 text messages will contact you to let you know that you are in for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And now you have a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets. Text the word draft, your name, and where you're from to 609-403-0973.
The 80s Rock Tour, featuring hits from Foreigner, Journey, and Asia, is coming to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on May 16th. Relive the glory days with legendary artists Lou Graham, Steve Augeri, and John Payne, performing all of their hits, including I Want to Know What Love Is and Don't Stop Believing. Tickets are available at theoceanac.com. Don't miss out on the ultimate 80s rock experience at Ocean Casino Resort. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to find appliances that fit your needs and your style at the Home Depot. Shop Spring Black Friday savings and get up to 35% off select appliances like GE Profile, plus free delivery. From all-in-one washer-dryer combos that can wash and dry a full load in under 2 hours to feature-loaded refrigerators with built-in autofill water pitchers, GE Profile has appliances made to simplify your life and elevate your home. Shop Spring Black Friday savings on top brand appliances and get free delivery happening now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid April 3rd through April 23rd. U.S. only. See store online for details.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County with a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel. We provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Football And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, as always, on a Football at 4 Monday edition, as he joins us right now to take a look at what's going on with the Eagles now. 2 weeks before draft week, of course, the NFL draft on Thursday, April the 24th, and you can hear it all right here. Every pick on 97.3 ESPN. And most you guys over at Inside the Birds, your latest podcast, you talked about some of the guys visiting the Eagles, and people love to read into all these things. So give us a quick little, read the tea leaves, if you could, on what these visits mean, and if there's anything you take away from some of the guys that they're bringing in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to take away. Let me first start by saying, Mike, that thank God the NFL draft is next week. And we have this to discuss. And thank God for Rory McIlroy, because I did something on Sunday that I haven't done in a very, very long time. I rage quit watching a baseball game. I turned off the Phillies. I said, I can't do it. I just can't watch another blooper go in for a ground rule double and Michael Liberatore looking like Sandy Koufax against the Phillies. So thank God that we have this to discuss, because and listen, we're of an age where we've seen everything, right? We've seen lost Super Bowls. We've seen won Super Bowls, lost World Series, won. You would think a bad game we could handle, but I just couldn't handle it. And I'm just so happy, though, to be able to talk about the NFL draft. Yeah, the Eagles have a lot of prospects coming to their this is the season for that. It's right before the draft. You have to have your final, as we talked about on the podcast, got to have your final visits, in-house visits, wrapped up a week before the start of the NFL draft. So this will be the final week you can do it. And Mike, my biggest pet peeve, and someday I'll get over myself, but my biggest pet peeve is when people call them top 30 visits, because that implies that the 30 visits that you're allowed to bring into your facility are your top 30 players on your board. They are not. There are plenty of guys that the Eagles are bringing in that we've talked to teams about that won't even go day one or day two. These are fact-finding missions for the most part. Teams have questions about a variety of things, whether it's getting inside a guy's head a little bit more, having him break down a play. It could be medical, could be character. Could be another tool. Just seeing what a guy is like when he is in your environment. Yes, many of them are good prospects who will go first or second round. And of course, if you look at the history of it, the Eagles do take a bunch of guys. They draft guys that they bring in to their facility, but you can't look at the overall 30 names and think and start trying to rank them 1 to 30 on the Eagles board.
Well, one of the things, too, is, in the event that 2-3 years down the line, 4 years down the line, when these rookies' contracts are up in free agency, they want to say, hey, we met with this guy a couple of years ago and got a chance to kind of figure out or talk to him, see what kind of guy he is.
Yeah, that's another thing I mentioned on the pod, and Adam and I talked about it. Just the idea of gathering intel. Smart teams, hey, you may know that one of these guys is going to wind up in your division, right? And you may want to know how he's wired, what he's all about, because you got a game plan against him for the next 4 at least years, right? Maybe longer. So it's not a waste of a bullet. It's 30 is plenty, because that 30 is on top of your combine interviews, your Senior Bowl interviews, your Shrine interviews, your Zoom calls. People don't talk about that enough, that there's a lot of conversations going on with prospects within the realm of what you're allowed to do through Zoom and things like that. Local pro days where you can invite people who are going to school within a certain area of your zip code. So you get plenty of resources and ammunition to find out as much as you need about these guys. And you'd be stupid not to take those opportunities.
All right, Jeff, as we did last week, we asked the listeners to give us a bunch of questions. So we've been piling up for the Mailbag Monday edition with Jeff Mosher here, 609-403-0973 if you want to keep sending them in. Jeff and EHT, what position would you be mad about the Eagles picking in round 1?
Punter.
They need a punter.
Kicker.
Their kicking situation's pretty good. Is there a spot, though, that if you said, man, that's a reach?
No, I'm the worst person to ask this question, because I am I'm a stickler on BPA, right? So let's say at
Best
32,
player available for the old people out there.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm willing to admit that good teams also might whittle that down to position of value. But I would say this: if you're the Eagles and somehow Ashton Genty is there at 32, do you not take him? Because Saquon Barkley is amazing. I mean, Saquon Barkley has an injury history, right? I mean, imagine what you could do if you had Genty as your number 2 for the Saquon's only signed for what? 2 more years, right? If you were able to transition really nicely from Saquon to Ashton Genty. Obviously, you'd probably look to see if someone would trade up for that and get that's the logical thing. But my point is, if it's Luther Burden, the wide receiver, if it's Ashton Genty, if it's a great prospect who you believe will help you.
Wow.
Didn't you take him?
So if they took a running back, while you would say, I like that player, would you say, I just don't like the thought process? You're saying you would agree with the thought process.
I did this a couple of years ago with Jalen Hurts. I didn't understand the thought process. I feel like a lot of people didn't, and fairly enough, I would still say I didn't see a pathway to him getting on the field to help. A running back you use a lot of, and a wide receiver you need 3 of, right? And there are always positions where you're getting hurt at a lot. So,
see, I that draft, I didn't really rip them, or I just said, look, to me, they value backup quarterback more than they do starting safety.
Right.
Almost, right? I mean, maybe that changed a little bit, but back then, you just got off Foles winning you a Super Bowl. They had paid like Chase Daniels a lot of money. Like, there was evidence that how much they value backup quarterback almost more than starting players on the field. So I was like, if that's your philosophy, I might not agree with it, but I can understand it at least.
Right. And I just remember at the time thinking they were getting old on defense. They really hadn't addressed corner and safety, even though they value, like you said, backup more than safety. They're coming off this dismal year where the offensive line got hurt. And I just thought, man, a second-round pick is a starter. And, it is. It should be. And I thought maybe that was a misallocation of resources. And to be honest with you, if things didn't go the way they went with Carson, who knows what would have happened? I mean, you could argue that it would have been, but it certainly worked out in their favor. And I really do believe a position like running back or receiver where you need multiple, you don't have to pass on the greatest, a transformational prospect if he's there, just because you have a really good player or a great one at that position.
All right, that was Jeff in EHC. Let's go to Jeff in Mays Landing. If you had to bet your paycheck, Moshe, what position do the Eagles pick at 32?
If I had to bet my paycheck, well, that's not really much of a concern if I lose, huh? I would say 32, probably defensive line. Well, am I allowed to cheat and say line, meaning edge or interior D line, or do I got to separate?
That's up to you. I mean, so anyone on the so you're basically saying an edge rusher or a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to William in Atlantic City. Would you be mad if the Eagles took another offensive lineman in round? You're shaking.
Absolutely not. Not at all. I mean, if you're going to tell me that
do you think this ties into the discussion we just had, best player available, or because they need another offensive lineman?
It could be either or. If they took an offensive tackle who is going to be a swing tackle and then eventually replace Lane Johnson a few years down the road, like Cam Jurgens had to wait 2 years to replace Chase and Kelsey. Look how well that worked out. Then fine. You need a swing tackle. They play. Fred Johnson played 5-6 games last year. And then if that guy could actually compete for right guard and beat out Tyler Steen and Kenyon Green, that shouldn't be that difficult. If you're a first round guard, you're supposed to be as good, if not better.
The first round guard.
Who?
Kenyon Green.
He was, but he's obviously 4 years into him not played like one. So I have zero issue with it at all.
Do you have any in your mind? I don't know if you talk to people or what. Did they have anticipation that Kenyon Green is salvageable and will be the guy, or are they leaning more towards Tyler Steen?
Too early on that. Way too early. I mean, Tyler Steen was the guy until he got hurt. And we don't even know, to your point that you're asking, they signed Mekhi Becton after the draft last year. So we don't know if they are going to take a tackle high or they got another guy in mind, or if there's a trade. So Tyler Steen's a guy they drafted.
Yeah.
Right. Kenyon Green's a guy that they sort of acquired as a throw-in. So you would think Tyler Steen would have the upper hand in that regard because it's more beneficial for them at this point if Tyler Steen can give you 2 more years of that and then get the extension as opposed to Kenyon Green having 1 year of it. And then you see what happens. He then becomes like a Mekhi Becton and you lose him, right? So that's really looking at it right now.
All right, Jeff Mosher, Football at 4, Inside the Birds podcast, kind of doing a Mosher mailbag Monday. We got a bunch of these here, so they've been piling up for a year.
Keep them coming.
Henry in Upper Township, what's the number one position the Eagles absolutely can't ignore in this draft?
That's a tough one because they've got
Brigantine, who's a player or position the Eagles could trade up that would make you go nuts in a good way? Like,
no,
yes.
I'm already nuts, Pete. So in a good way. The player that
Wants
they
to draft Jetty at 32.
Yeah, sure. No, if they traded up, player that they traded up. Now that's interesting because it's probably going to be an edge guy. I don't know. This is such a strange class, Mike, in that there's not guys that you hear about. I haven't been told that outside of the top 8 or 9 that there's a ton of blue chip talent. So I guess if a guy like Tyler Warren slid down past 15, somehow got to the 20s, and the Eagles traded up for him, I would think that would be a big win for them. But there's a lot of depth there at D tackle and edge, and they're all kind of considered good late first, early second round guys, whether it's an Ezraku or a Shamar Stewart, right? Like that. It's not going to be like so exciting. They got the one guy. I mean, when you trade up, you're talking about trading up for someone who's somewhat elite or really tantalizing athletically, like Jordan Davis was a couple of years ago. So I would say Warren.
Well, that'll be interesting because, sometimes out of right field, there's this guy that they become enamored with. We don't hear anything about, and then they make the move up to get, and you're like, whoa. Like Jordan Davis they traded up to go there, and you're like, whoa, okay. They really must have had something on this guy that made them want to move and attack to go get this guy. No idea who that particularly be because you're in a different spot. Before, you were moving into the teens to go get Jordan Davis. Now you're all the way back at the end. You're trying to move into an area where you've already dropped out of the blue chip players, theoretically.
Right. So that's why it's a hard question to ask, because if they're trading up for someone that makes me go nuts, it means they traded way up, right? I mean, you're not going to trade up 4 spots and I'm going to go nuts for somebody unless there's some crazy drop. So if you're trading up to like 14, 15, 16, you're going to have to add in either like a future second, maybe a future first or something. And then again, who's worth that? It would have to be, like Abdul Carter falling down for whatever reason. But Tyler Warren's a guy that if he falls and their need for a tight end and what he, I think, could do in that offense.
I want to bring that up. I want to bring that up real quick. I'm glad you took us down there because Tyler Warren, if he falls, my question is, are you giving up what you would have to do to move up to draft a guy who's a 4th, 5th option in your offense?
I mean, probably not, although you would argue that Dallas Goedert is theoretically the 3rd or 4th option at times, and yet whenever the Eagles play a big game, how often does he wind up being the 1st option or the most important? There's no question. Didn't he lead the Eagles in receiving touchdowns in the playoffs this year?
It's a good report. It's just over a 17-game schedule where you're like, hey, this guy's the 4th option. Sometimes, you've got Brown, Smith, obviously Barkley as the running back. So Barkley is the running back 1, Brown, Smith 2, 3. I mean, maybe Goddard's the 4th some weeks. Maybe he's the 5th some weeks. So are you trading up whatever you have to give away to get a guy who's at best the 4th guy in your offense?
Probably not. So let's say Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU, who has short arms, falls to like 15, 16, which I really doubt is going to happen. But the Eagles trade up because that's more of a likely conversation. They would give up Hall for an offensive tackle or a pass rusher, right? So maybe that's the guy theoretically that would you'd go nuts for.
All right, let's go to Mark in Dennis Township. If you were Howie, what's a position you're waiting to attack day 2 or 3? I like this question. I have an answer. I want to see what yours is.
Yeah, great question. Tight end, certainly, for sure. Not 3, though, because it's a top-heavy tight end. There'll be a lot of good guys that go in round 2 and round 3. I'd wait on day 2 for the tight end, and day 3 I would actually go after, even if I drafted one early, another defensive tackle because it's deep. I would go after that linebacker I was telling you about. I would look for perhaps a guard. That's usually day 3 is where you kind of take your shots at either guys with great athleticism who lack production, right? For whatever reason, maybe they're a wide receiver who ran a 4.5 but played with a really crappy quarterback, so the production isn't there. So that's like kind of where you get your wide receiver or your unheralded safety, things like that, where you're playmakers. And then you can also wind up picking up some nuts and bolts guys, interior offensive line, middle linebacker types on day 3.
All right, football at 4, a couple more. Mosher Monday. Mailbag, Alan Margate. Do you believe in Nakobe Dean? Is he truly the guy at linebacker or the Eagles bluffing here? I don't know if they're bluffing, but do you believe, I guess, because of this injury? Like, is he the long-term guy or do you have to start all – he's been hurt, what, all 3 seasons?
Yes. I think the biggest issues facing Nakobe Dean to make me not want to believe, right, would be 1, what you just said, lack of health, and 2, the very prominently spoken praise given to Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I mean, you've heard Vic Fangio talk about Jeremiah Trotter Jr., right? He's basically said the future could be now, but he wound up playing Oren Burks, but Oren Burks is now not here. So that is for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And Greg Cosell told us, even last year at this time, watching the tape, he felt that Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s tape at Clemson was better than Nakobe's tape at Georgia. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's something there. I think that's something to further. That's a whole podcast.
We've done a few of them on that.
All right. Rich and Wildwood. Which free agent will they have the hardest time replacing? Becton, Milton, Darius, or Josh Sweat?
Let me tell you, just first of all, seeing all these great shore towns that people are asking questions for are making me just wish the summer were here so badly. So shout out to everybody sending in questions and reminding me that summer might actually be around the corner.
Calendars flipping to our time of the year. I was in Philly all weekend. You know what I saw in Philly this weekend? I saw a man dressed as a cowboy riding a horse over the Strawberry Mansion Bridge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why not? It was a day that ended in Y in Philly. Of course you did.
Yeah, just a man, cowboy hat, cowboy boots, white horse, across the Strawberry Mansion Bridge. Hey, man, where you at? Right? I went to get gas.
Uh-huh.
There were 2 police officers with Uzis. So
the weather has gotten to everybody's head, man.
On the horse or the 2, I'm talking AR-15s, man. I was like, where am I?
Oh my God.
The Lost in Time Brewery, which is where Mighty Mix in the movie Rocky was.
Mm-hmm.
The whole, that's the gym. And then outside is the fight scene from Rocky 5 with Tommy Gunn. We ordered a pizza across the street, which is the bar that Rocky comes out of to fight Tommy Gunn. And then across the street from that is where the pet shop was where Adrian worked.
That's amazing. Love it.
Weekend.
I love it.
But Rich in Wildwood down the shore wants to know which free agent will the Eagles have the hardest time replacing? Becton, Williams, Slay, or Sweat?
You know, I think that on the surface you would say Slay because people probably aren't in love with Keely Ringo versus Odori Jackson. There's just a lot of uncertainty there. But, Moro Ojomo he's an undersized defensive tackle. I think he weighs around 289, 290. And Milton Williams had to play an important role, not just as a pass rusher in the 4-3 front, Mike, but in that first and second down when they were throw 5 guys up front, and he plays what they call the 4-eye, straight up over the, more or less, a little shaded over the guard, whereas Jordan Davis is over the center, and then Jalen Carter's over the other guard, right? That's a big, important package for them to stop the run. And Milton did for a short arm guy, I thought he really morphed into that 4-eye role well. Moro Jomo played it at times, but not nearly as much. He was more of an upfield burst guy, which is why I think the Eagles are going to wind up taking a defensive tackle pretty early. I think it's a harder job than people realize, that rundown element of defense when you're playing the 4-eye. So I think replacing Milton Williams is among those options is actually going to be the toughest.
All right, let's do one more here, and this is more in your neck of the woods. Are you worried about the safety position, Allen, in Williamstown? You're not. You're a little closer to Williamstown. You're not
right.
in.
No, I'm right next to it. And I wonder if our friend Allen from Williamstown knows that Donovan Ejiraku, Boston College edge rusher, is a Williamstown High School alum and played there. So could be an Eagle, by the way. Took a visit to the NovaCare.
Led the nation sacks, by the way.
16.5, if I'm not mistaken. And a tremendous number of actual tackles. Edge rushers don't always, linemen in general don't make a ton of tackles. They open up the holes so that the linebackers and safeties can make the tackles. But Ejiraku had a ton of tackles. So good on him. Heard he's a great kid. How worried am I about the safety position? Yeah, I think I'm concerned.
That's currently constructed, right?
Yeah, because Sidney Brown is not the same type of player that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is or was. Built differently, stylistically differently, more of a box safety. CJ was a playmaker, a guy who had nickel. Remember nickel, he started off as the Saints as a nickel back and then played safety like a nickel. Good athleticism. Sidney is a good athlete, straight line runner, but he doesn't play within himself yet. He doesn't have the same type of skill set. I don't know that he can play the post as well as CJ Gardner. I don't know that he has the instincts at that position to be around the ball the same way. I think he can nail somebody with a ball carrier and decapitate the guy, but that's nice. But that's also like 1990 style football.
Yeah.
So, and as a complimentary way of looking at it, it seemed to me that Reed Blankenship played his best football the years that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was, or that type of player was next to him.
All right, Jeff Mosher, you're a gentleman and a scholar, and the people appreciate these mailbags because they keep sending them in, so we'll keep doing them for them, getting you ready for the draft. And then, by the way, on Monday, when Mosher's back next Monday, he'll be back on Wednesday, but the Eagles will be on the field. They have a little bit of a little off-season workout on the field, starts on Monday, so I'm sure we'll dive into that a little bit and see who's out there. They don't really have any new offensive skill guy. I guess A.J. Dillon, but other than that, there's no new.
Don't forget about Avery Williams now. This
Terrace Marshall.
Oh, Terrace Marshall. That's right. There you go.
All right, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, and of course, right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mosh.
Yeah, all the listeners who submitted questions. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. We'll do it again throughout the week here on the Sports Bash. Good stuff from the people out there. And don't forget, Mosher's back on Wednesday. Adam is here tomorrow. We have more Football at 4 on the Sports Bash all week long leading to the draft on 97.3 ESPN. And right there, that is our Q2 call. Caller 7-609. 573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You get a ticket to this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You can win Eagles Club Box tickets to a home game this season at Lincoln Financial Field to see the Super Bowl champions. Plus, we have other great prizes thanks to Ocean Casino Resort. An overnight stay at Ocean, and other great opportunities all day at our 2025 Eagles Draft Party. You must be present to win. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Good luck when we come back. Nicky Nuggets is in the house. All right, 4:32. We told you the Phillies lineup. No Brandon Marsh tonight. Johan Rojas gets the start in center field tonight, and probably for the next couple days, it looks like. We'll get the latest on that coming up. The latest for you guys out there. Congratulations to Sal and Galloway, Brian and Cape May Courthouse, Larry and Delhaven. You are the three most recent qualifiers today on the Sports Bash. Our draft party, we're getting there. Next Thursday, we'll be live at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Nick Earnshaw is the host of the Shift podcast. He is a producer on The Locker Room, and he hosts the Nick Nuggets segment here. It's brought to you by The Hub. Here that works as hard as you do. The Hub has two locations, Summers Point and Mays Landing. And he joins us now for another edition of Nick Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Nuggets?
What's going on, Mike Gill? I'll tell you what, listening to football at 4, there is nothing Mike Gill won't do. He will find a way to try a new beer and a new brewery. You'll go through anything to get there. Storms, earthquakes, who knows? I mean, that story was wild at the end of that football at 4. Got the AR.
We went to get gas. That was crazy. Pulled up. There was two gentlemen standing in front of the gas station, in front of like the little quickie mark, whatever it was. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you'll go through.
Never seen that before in my life. I'll tell you that much.
You'll go through a lot to go get your beer, and I got to commend you.
That was actually yesterday. I was up in Philly both days because my girlfriend's older son rose in college. Her younger son rose in high school. So we were up there Saturday and on Sunday. We went to the brewery on Saturday because his first race was noon. His second race wasn't until 3. So we had a little gap of time in there. We did a little Rocky tour.
Yeah, I saw you sent me the picture. You look good. You're in front of the little Rocky tour doing a little, browsing around the city. I love it. I love to see it. It's fantastic.
Did you see the horse?
I did. See the horse.
I'm gonna put the picture up on the YouTube channel for the people watching.
Yeah, throw it up on YouTube. Throw it up on X, Instagram. We gotta get using the socials. Let's get. And by the way, I love this. I don't know if anyone's out there has seen the new trend that's been going viral. The action figure trend, the AI action figure. Mike Gill, you got to post that one too. Your action figure, I think, looked better than mine. It was a more realistic version. Mine was a more cartoon version. If you haven't seen it, that's pretty cool. Can't lie.
Yeah, I will. I got to find that one. I don't know where I did with it. I think it's still in the Chat GPT, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that where you get it from?
Yeah, you gotta just throw it in there. You tell it what to do, and it created it for you. So yeah, it's a little action figure. So maybe you could maybe we could get one for the whole crew, all 97 through. Let's get some action figures for us. Maybe we get bobbleheads. Imagine a Schwein bobblehead. That would be something.
I don't know if I want to see that.
All right. I'll tell you who you might not see for a couple of days, and that's where we're starting with a little breaking news nugget here, Mike Gill. Rob Thompson and his pregame availability. By the way, I'll be down there tonight, so stay tuned for some coverage on the X platform, Instagram, all the socials at 97.3 ESPN. During his availability before the game today, he said that Brandon Marsh is going to get a couple of days off, 2 to 3 days. He mentioned that he's just thinking about it a lot. I'm paraphrasing at the moment, but before the game today, they recognize Marsh has not been producing whatsoever. He is going to be getting a couple of games off, at least 2 days. It might go to 3 days. He said it depends on what happens tonight.
Thank God. I've been saying all along, like, to me, this isn't even a discussion, really. Johan Rojas offers more winning attributes than Brandon Marsh does, even when Marsh is really good or at his best. The one thing Marsh provides is more power. He'll hit more home runs, obviously, than Rojas does. But Rojas offers better defense, more speed. He's got a better on-base percentage. He finds his way on base more. He can steal a base. He can go first to third. He can go first to home on a ball hitting the gap. I mean, not to say that Marsh is slow, but I'm going to maximize the value that I get from him. Now, this is what Rob Thompson said about the whole situation that is going on right now when you talk about Marsh and his next couple days.
Just to give him a blow, mental, physical blow. You know, he's thinking about it quite a bit right now, and everybody goes through it at some point. I just thought that maybe give him a day or two off and just let him watch for a minute.
Probably 2 days at least.
Yeah, but then we got Ray at,
Yeah, we got to say.
so it might be 3. See how tonight goes.
So it sounds like he's not going to play. He's not playing tonight. It sounds like he won't play tomorrow, and then they got the lefty pitching on Wednesday. So it sounds like he's going to be off at least 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? And I don't know. I think there was a report that he also hit a home run in batting practice today. So there's positive signs. There's positive signs out there. There was a picture of Kevin Long I saw floating around social media talking to Brandon Marsh today. And I heard you and Wankel talking about it earlier. I don't know how much you can blame the hitting coach for this. I just think, and we talked about this over the weekend with Brandon Marsh. I just think he is who he is. Yes, he's going through a rut right now, but I don't think there's more. There's no more. He's hit his ceiling. There's no more to Brandon Marsh than I think we've already seen. He's 27 years old. They're not daycare. They're not young rookies anymore. The daycare. These guys are approaching 30 at this point. So we can't treat them like they're young players anymore. No. They're starting to hit the prime of their careers. I just don't know if we're going to get much more out of Brandon Marsh than we've already seen. We may have already seen the peak of Brandon Marsh at this point. And right now, I mean, he's not showing any reason why we shouldn't think that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to me, Brandon Marsh is what he is. He is a 240 to 260 hitter, about 14 to 18 home runs, somewhere in that range. Yeah, he's just not that, there's a lot of those guys out there. And his biggest problem on this team is that he hits left-handed on a team that is way too left-handed. If he was only one of 3 left-handers, that's different. They have 5 left-handers in the lineup. So now it becomes clunky to try to separate those lefties when one of them is completely inept. Now, by the way, Bryson Stott is hitting .068 against lefties this year. So he's actually been worse than Marsh versus left-handed pitching.
Yeah, I listen, this is not great. They need a right-handed bat desperately. I mean, desperately in the outfield. The outfield is a major issue, and Bohm's his own problem over there. I tend to believe that Bohm can come out of it. I believe more in Bohm. I know he's the worst hitter in baseball. The numbers say it. I understand that. But I tend to believe, and I have more faith in Alec Bohm to get out of this slump than a Brandon Marsh, because I don't think Brandon Marsh is much better than what he is.
Well, the one reason that I think you have to believe in Bohm over the other ones is he's not striking out like those other guys.
No.
Those guys are striking out a lot. Bohm is at least putting the ball in play. He's hit a couple balls hard. He just hits the ball at people. Now, he's been terrible this year. I'm not, there's no part of me that's saying, hey, what are you guys missing here? Bohm's been awful. He's got to absolutely, but you're right. Of the guys that you feel better about, he's a guy who's hit 285. Drives in a lot of runs, hit over 300 with runners in scoring position. You're hoping that he can get himself up to about 250 and try to salvage what's going on with this season. But you look at the numbers if you're watching on the X platform or on YouTube, the Phillies against left-handed pitching this year, it has been dreadful. You see, Schwarber 450. Okay, fine. Harper 208, Kepler 200, Marsh 154, and Stott 63. That's from our friends over there at Phil's Tailgate. I think one of the best Philly follows out there.
Yeah, listen, they have been dreadful against left-handed pitching. They desperately need a right-handed bat. I mean, Schwarber's just been amazing this year, and we're going to get to him in a little bit. But you know what's funny? Do you remember last year we were freaking out in the beginning of the season about Castellanos and how bad he was to start the year, and then he eventually got it rolling. Remember that. Castellanos was going through, and he eventually gets it rolling at some point. I think Bohm might have a similar trajectory this season. I think he's going to eventually snap out of it. I do. Maybe I'm alone on this one, but I think I tend to believe Bohm can snap out of it. We've seen him be really hot and get rolling at the dish before. So I think Bohm will eventually come out of it. Remember, April 14th. It's April 14th. Keep saying that, people. It's April 14th. There's a lot of games left.
I did stress that 15 games is not a big enough sample size for anybody. If anybody was going through this 15-game slump in the middle of July, you would not be as critical or as noticeable. It's that it's the first 15 games that really has the microscope. But if you're asking me to prognosticate, I do not think Marsh will get out of this. No. Not that he's going to hit 108 all year, He might hit 208, and that might be it. I don't have a lot of anticipation that Stott is going to be much more than a 240, 250 guy. Boom, I am just mystified by what's happening with him.
Yeah, I think everyone in this area is for sure. All right.
I just hope for Bohm
Yeah.
that hand problem. I don't know what the injury was to the hand, but as I said before, anybody who has hand issues, when you've tried to come back from them, that is not easy. And I hope that hand has it. It might not hurt him. I'm not saying he's injured,
But it might not be the same.
Might not be right. He just might not be physically the same player because of the injury and what it might have done to him and his ability to be a more consistent hitter. That's all.
Yeah. I'm with you there. But, that's a lot of negative. It's a lot of negative to start the Nuggets today. But I want to go to the positive. Nugget number 2. Taijuan Walker's on the bump tonight, Mike Gill, and he has been awesome. You know what his ERA is? Through 2 starts, Mike, 0.009 strikeouts, 10 2/3 innings. Can we see 3 straight Walker starts? Will we get a positive outing, a plus outing out of Taijuan Walker? I mean, you were poo-pooing the idea of the Taijuan Walker comeback season before the year, Mike, because he was bad in spring training. But he's 2 for 2 so far. I mean, the third one must be the charm, right?
I was talking to somebody on X platform today about this. I would, and I'm not saying you got to blow the team up. Like, I had no way, shape, or form saying blow it up. All I said is you might, if you're Dombrowski, are you thinking about a little bit of a shakeup? Just a little shakeup. And what does that entail? Somebody asked me, well, what do you mean by a shakeup? I said, I'm on the phone and I'm seeing what I can get for Ranger Suarez. Oh, you're okay pitching Taijuan Walker? If I have to, if I have to pitch Taijuan Walker from now until Painter's ready, then so be it. I won 95 games last year with Taijuan Walker being one of the worst pitchers I ever saw. He's got to be somewhat better than the guy I got last year. So, yes, I can pitch Taijuan Walker from now until Painter's ready if Ranger Suarez has any value for me. Now, if he doesn't, I hang the phone up and I keep Ranger Suarez, and I probably say, hey, can I just put him in the bullpen and help my bullpen out until Walker falls apart? I'm going to ride Walker for as long as I can, if I can at this point right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's been great. I mean, he's great. He's been doing his job.
I wouldn't say he was great.
I mean, he got out of jams. I mean, that's great for Taijuan Walker. I mean, we don't see Taijuan Walker get out of jams like he has in his last start. I mean, so I'm going to say it was great. I don't care. If he's able to get out of jams like that, that's going to just boost his confidence going into the next start and say, I can get out of this. That is huge. It's a mental game, Mike. And I think that's a massive part of this whole thing.
Yeah, well, you keep putting yourselves into those jams. I got news for you. It's going to be hard to find your way out of them. You keep putting yourself into them. He's wiggled his way out. Give him credit. But I'll tell you what, you can't feel confident right now after the way you got blanked in the 2 games this weekend, coming off that trip, and now you're coming home and Taijuan Walker's there to try to save the day for you. I don't feel great tonight.
I'll tell you what, San Francisco, pretty good team to start the year. Have had success against the Yankees yesterday. Listen, they're a good team. They're second in the NL West. The Dodgers have fallen off a cliff since they played the Phillies. So we were not the only ones. Like, the Phillies are still in second place. They're 1 game out of the NL East right now. Mets lead. But the Dodgers have been bad too since they played the Phillies. So it's April. It's still early. Taijuan Walker, 3 for 3. We will find out tonight if he can shut down that San Francisco lineup, and maybe he'll get run support. Maybe. Who knows? The offense could show up tonight. Maybe they'll stay home again. Who knows? All right. Moving along, nugget number 3. But this was an interesting report from Ken Rosenthal that Kyle Schwarber was offered a contract extension in the offseason. And they didn't. And according to Rosenthal in The Athletic, the Phillies offered him an extension during the offseason, but after an initial proposal, talks failed to advance. So he's done something similar to this in his career before. He turned down an extension with the Cubs early in his career. And, he's heading into his mid-30s. He's going to be 33 next year. For Kyle Schwarber, he's in a contract year. Surprise, surprise. He's having an unbelievable start to the year. Mike, how important is it to lock up Schwarber for the next couple of years, even though age is a massive factor in this?
Well, the way this season's going right now, he's one of the only bright spots you got. So you would have to say you feel pretty important about it but I will say this. The Phillies have gotten into some messes by being too loyal. And at what point do you have to make the hard decision and say, I want Schwarber, I like Schwarber, but I cannot pay what he's going to want to bring him back here. And
But
I
he's
might
a
have to make that.
Here's also the point. He's a DH. He's not playing the field. He's a DH.
I get that.
All
I'm
he
just
has to
saying,
do is hit.
what is the number? Is he one of these guys that's going to say, I want $300 million like Bryce Harper?
No, I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be that much.
I'm just
I
saying.
don't think it's that.
Look
I
at
don't
these
think it's that much.
contracts. You got guys making $600 million. You don't think he's half the offensive weapon that Juan Soto is?
Yeah, but that $700 million, that's crazy. I mean, we know Juan Soto got way overpaid, and they got into a bidding war, the Mets, the Yankees. That, I think, is an anomaly. He's not Shohei Ohtani. He's only hitting, so they have that on their side. If you're the Phillies, he's only a DH. He's not playing the field. So that's part of it to keep him around. And I think the leadership in the locker room is massive to have him on this team.
If I were to pick a guy that I would say, yes, I'd sign with the age, Schwarber would be the one. I would even like thinking to yourself, like this whole thing with Harper, he wants to get an extension. He wants a bigger contract. Like you have, 6 more years left of Bryce Harper. Is it 6 or 5?
Think it's 6.
Whatever it is. Do you want to really pay him more?
No.
That's my point is you got to start making some tough decisions with these older guys and saying, look, have we gotten the best that we've gotten from you? And then what do you do, though, when he says, well, I want more money, and you're saying I got 5 years left of this, and I don't want to give you more money? That's an ugly possible road to go down.
It's very possible. But you also have to think about JT Realmuto.
6 years left of Harper, by the way.
That's what I thought. JT Realmuto's another one. I wouldn't pay him. As a catcher at his age,
no, I am not. And
absolutely
the problem is,
not.
defensively, now, if you were willing to say, hey, we're going to make you a part-time guy, you're going to be a platoon player, if you have that ability, you don't have another catcher. There's your problem. You traded one for Brandon Marsh.
Yeah. And that kind of is hurting you now. I mean, at the time, it was a nice move because the prospect, Ohapi, etc. And I think Realmuto's a guy I wouldn't love paying. I think Schwarber's a guy you want to keep around in the clubhouse.
Yeah. For those of you watching on YouTube and the X platform, that was the horse going across the Strawberry Mansion Bridge yesterday.
It's wild. Welcome to Philadelphia.
I was like, what am I? And then here is Mighty Mix. That's the
there it
standing
is
in front of the brewery. It's called Lost in Time Brewery. It is at the gym facade where the Rocky movies were filmed. That is the Mighty Mix Gym.
Yep. Listen, Mike Gill will do anything to try that IPA. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, well, I'm one of my buddies lives up in the Kensington area. He lives right around Fishtown. So this was like 3 blocks from his house. We needed some time to kill, so we met up there. The fight scene from Rocky V, him and Tommy Gunn, was filmed right in that intersection right there.
That's awesome. So you had a fun weekend. Clearly, you had a good time this weekend.
Good time.
Love it.
All right, Nuggets, good stuff, man.
All right, guys. I'll see you.
All right, Nuggets is back tomorrow. He's going to the Phillies game tonight. Follow him at N. Earnshaw Radio for updates on the Phillies tonight from Citizens Bank Park. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Just follow, like, subscribe, share. And when we come back, we got a fun hour to go. Sixers season finally comes to an end. My God. I believe it was the worst season in the history of the franchise. The worst. That's coming up next. More Sports Bash. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash. Phil's lineup out tonight. Bryson Stott, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, Max Kepler, Alec Boehm, Johan Rojas. It's ninth. Taiwan Walker is on the mound. He's pitching tonight for the Phils. There's a look at the Phillies lineup. Ryan Rothstein's back for another edition of Rye or Side. We'll take a look at some of the top stories that are going on right now as you take a look at everything in the landscape. Phillies season continuing, disappointing road trip. Sixers, I believe, finished the worst season in the history of the franchise. I mean, 76 years, 76 seasons. We just witnessed the worst. So what's next? We'll get into that and more. Ryan Rothstein's here for another edition of Rye or Sigh here on the Sports Bash. Do you sigh at that comment?
No, I don't. I sigh in agreement. I sigh because it's a sigh-worthy comment, man. As you're saying it, I'm just trying to spin off of you. And the one thing that comes to mind is it is the worst. I agree with you, but maybe it could be the best. You know, like just you go through a bad breakup. It's like, well, maybe this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. You're trying to rationalize it, right? Like, can we rationalize this Sixers season?
I mean, listen, the injury element, and nobody wants to hear that. Like, rational people are like, okay, they had some injuries. I'm cool with that. The problem is every time they have a problem, the injury is the really part of the discussion. So people get, worn down as that being your reason for failure.
And that's fair. They should be worn down, shouldn't they? I mean, they deserve more. They deserve better. I think what they're putting out there is unacceptable at some point. It's insanity when you continue to do the same things and you're expecting and trying to sell different results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, the Sixers are certainly not the Golden State Warriors, not even close. The Warriors had a year a couple of years ago where just one guy got hurt, then the next guy got hurt, then the next guy were hurt, and they won 22 games, and they ended up getting the second pick in the draft. Now, they bungled that pick. They took James Wiseman, but they did end up winning a championship after that. Because Curry got hurt that year, Clay got hurt that year. They had a ton of guys get hurt that year, and some years just uncontrollable. It just is what it is. Now, the Sixers have nowhere near the credentials of what those guys have, but is it conceivable to say that if this team is healthy next year, that this was a one-year blip on the radar and that they should be fine and be contending and be a 55-win team? And, I have no idea what to think about this team right now.
No, neither do I. We sort of ended up leading off with some Sixers stuff here. We can dive into it. I mean, obviously, I want to get into Masters. I want to get into Phillies. I want to get into some broader stroke topics regarding the NBA. There's a lot we can work into in this hour of Rye or Sigh, MG. But we can stick with the Sixers for a minute because, you ask, will this be a one-off? It'll probably be a one-off. They'll get back to what they've been doing. I think worst case / best case scenario, which no one gives a damn about anymore. Like no one, that's not good enough for this Sixers city and this fan base anymore, which is first or second round exit, 45 to 55 wins, depending on how healthy Embiid is throughout the regular season, and no real hopes of winning a title. I mean, that's where this team has been. So do they pick themselves up from the basement to that? Yeah, but that's not picking them up too much, is it?
I don't know. I mean, it just depends. Like, there's so many fans who are over it. They're just over it. And I can certainly empathize with those fans.
I would say most are over it.
I agree. I've had a hard time finding people that are like, yeah, you know what? If they're healthy, I'm on board, because they haven't been healthy. But as I talked to Keith Pompey earlier, they don't have another option. There is no other option. It's these three guys. They talked about it in the press conference yesterday. They're going to run it back with Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, and they're going to get Jared McCain. They're going to hope to get the fifth pick or maybe even the fourth or third or first or second and hope that guy adds to this. And then a couple of the guys that they got in this disastrous season, Justin Edwards, Quentin Grimes, Adem Bona, and just kind of hope that this group plays well together. And as Maury said yesterday, we have three all-star players, and we need to be younger around those guys. We tried to put older guys that perform well in the playoffs, but we didn't think about the 82-game jaunt, and those guys broke down. So if one of our stars get hurt, we have some younger player that can step in for a little while. That was something that they admitted that they overlooked. Okay, fine. I'm trying to think of a way that if Joel Embiid got hurt again, you're not going to where you want to go without Joel being healthy.
I mean, bingo, right? And I know Daryl Morey touched on roster construction, and we have that soundbite. If you guys want to cue it up here, and we can let Daryl Morey take the wheel for a second, because to me, you just hit the nail on the head, right? It has to be about roster construction this offseason. And when I say it has to be about roster construction, it has to be about revisiting your vision of this team on the floor. And Joel Embiid should no longer be the centerpiece. But I know Daryl Morey touched on a lot of the roster construction issues. So here he is.
What can I do better? And there's quite a few things there. I would say one of those things is I was very focused on finding veteran type players who, generally perform very well in the playoffs. And I didn't put enough emphasis on the team getting through the regular season. And so next season, for sure, we will be a younger, more dynamic group.
Yeah. And look, Howie Roseman has admitted mistakes in the past. When they went to the Super Bowl, he said, hey, we made mistakes. We re-signed guys. We extended players that normally we would not have done. We learned from that mistake. I give Morey the benefit of the doubt that he's going to learn, hey, I made a mistake. I went out and got Eric Gordon and Drummond and Lowry, and I just set a bunch of guys that have, because what has failed them a lot in the past is they haven't had bench players in the playoffs that could help them in the playoffs. Now he went shifted from one dynamic to the other, and then it burned him on the other side.
Right. I mean, I think any rational person would look at what Daryl Morey did and not put any blame on him. I think it's admirable that he takes the blame there, because at the end of the day, it is on him, right? He understands that, fair or foul, and we certainly understand that as well. But if you have a team with multiple superstars and a rising all-star like they had on paper entering this year, you get why the thought process for roster construction is how they went about it, which is focusing on vets.
Has to be. And it has to be like, and that was the only good part. And by the way, for the people out there who were like, this team was never any good, I don't know what you guys were seeing, the over-under, I just got this email today. Now that the season's over, the odds at the beginning of the season for the win totals just got popped out. The Sixers missed their win total 25.5 games by 25.5 games.
Yeah.
That's how disastrous the season. So for people who are like, how did anybody think this team was going to be any good? The Sixers over under for wins was 49.5, basically 50. They finished 25.5 games under what the Vegas win total was for them.
Yeah, they had expectations of coming out of the Eastern Conference. I mean, the whole NBA world had those expectations placed on the Philadelphia 76ers, whether you were local, national, however you cover the game, those were the expectations. And they decided to pack it in, and rightfully so. But my goodness, this is to me, this is all about Joel Embiid and where you end up getting your draft positioning. It's not about Daryl Morey. It's not about Nick Nurse. Not really even about Tyrese Maxey. It's about Joel Embiid and where your draft positioning is. That's it. That's the future of this team, is those two topics for me.
So when you look at this, how much of the season do you say is blamed on injury versus roster construction? Because you're bringing up roster construction. He brought up roster construction.
Yeah.
Even if the roster construction is to what you want, if you're playing without Maxey, George, and Embiid they played 15 games together. I think it was like 250 minute they played.
You're not winning. You're going to go 25 games under the win total every year. If you copy and paste this reality that we've just lived in, you're not getting 20 wins in any season ever. So it has you don't even need a GM if this is going to be the case.
And to be fair, right after the Super Bowl, after the trade deadline, they pulled the plug on this season. So
Yeah.
Did they lose
Rightfully
more
so.
games than they possibly could have? Sure,
Yes.
absolutely. Could they have won 6 to 10 more games if they really
Definitely.
wanted to? Possibly.
Yes.
But what's the difference? That's, they were strategically losing at some point. So the record makes the record look worse because they were, obviously had no interest in winning.
Sure, absolutely. And that's what they wanted. I mean, and real quick, and before we pivot, like, can you imagine if this team doesn't even get a top 6 protected pick?
Oh, that would be devastating.
It would be devastating. It would be a nail in the coffin. I don't know what. I don't even want to go down that road, honestly, yet. But I don't know how that would change things. I know it would change everything, but in so many ways.
Yeah, no question. Listen, to me, this season was a complete, and I said, it's the worst season in the history of the franchise, to which people would say, well, then how do you not blame Morey for this? I don't see where Morey gets blamed for the injuries to this team, unless you want to say, well, he should have known these guys have injury histories. The Sixers were in a spot where Joel Embiid is their guy, okay? There was no market for Joel Embiid. You're not trading Joel Embiid. And as he talked about the other day, to get Paul George to come here. Now, you might question, why did you go after Paul George? Well, the sad reality is when you have cap space, you have to either use it
or you lose it. Right.
So it's like we didn't have a lot of options here. This was clearly the best player on the market. So you took a swing. You have to take that swing. Now, it blows up in your face the first year. They are the risks when you go after an older player who has an injury history. But if you were to say, well, then you shouldn't have signed Paul George. Does anybody think if they didn't sign Paul George that team had any shot of winning?
Right. Bingo. Let me ask you this. If I went to you and Sixers fans before the season and I said, what if I told you that if the Sixers are not coming out of the Eastern Conference or winning the NBA championship, that Daryl Morey and this 76ers franchise is going to be able to position themselves to have Embiid coming back next year, Maxey coming back next year, McCain coming back next year, Paul George coming back next year. And guess what? They're going to have this tied for the second best odds to possibly get the number 1 draft pick and Cooper Flag. Would you say that's a failure on Daryl Morey's part, right? Like, if you're not getting a championship this year, I think we could all argue, is this not the next best thing? Where they're at right now, where they sit today.
Listen, they made the right decision. They pulled the plug. He said at the trade deadline, we think we can still win a championship. He's saying that with the caveat, we think Joel can play. We think George can play. None of that materialized.
No.
And at that point, they pivoted and obviously pulled the plug on the season correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just... Do you agree with me or do you disagree with me on that?
No, you have to agree. Like, if you, this is the
people are saying, like, you said it's the worst season ever, and I agree with you. But like, if we just all take a step back and take a breath, they're actually in an awesome position right now for the first time. For me, in the Joel Embiid era, for the first time, I feel like there's real hope.
Once you when you had to watch the process teams, that's awful having to watch a team win 10 games. But at the end of it, the fruits of the labor are okay. The season is now over, and now we can work on trying to build the roster. This is where this team is today. There was extremely high expectations, not from the local media, from the national media, who thought this was the biggest competitor to the Boston Celtics in the East. It does not work out. At that point, you then have to basically throw the season, which makes it, for the money they spent, the expectations that this team had, and then the result of how there was not one fun point of this whole year. There was never a moment you were like, this season, okay. Christmas Day was the highlight of the season. That's it. That's the whole season in a nutshell. Was Christmas Day. You won one game on the road at Boston, and not one other moment did this team ever provide you any joy. It was the most joyless season ever. But the fruit of the labor is it was so bad that you now have some hope.
Yes. No, well said. And my biggest fear is that joylessness is going to be hard to extract from the practice facility and from the organization and from the locker room. I hope I'm wrong, but that's something that I fear has lingered and built up to what we saw this year and will only continue to linger. That's my fear.
Yeah, well, listen, I think the biggest fear is, as we kind of hinted at, or they hinted at yesterday, you have these three guys, you're going to take another swing with them. Like, that's it. Okay, fine. Because you don't have another option. We talked to Keith Pompey about this earlier. They have no other options. You're not trading Joel Embiid. There's no value there. Nobody wants Paul George. You can't trade him. So you have to say, this is what we got to go with. This is who we are. And you got some other problems. Andre Drummond has a player option. You think he's opting out?
I would say he's sprinting out.
Oh, I don't think so. You think so?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, if his agent feels like he can get any other type of a deal anywhere else, I mean, listen, he's got a lot of minutes here. He knows that because Embiid's not going to be healthy.
Kelly Oubre has a player option. I imagine he's going to opt back into the deal.
Yeah.
He already has kind of hinted at that. So you got a couple. I think Eric Gordon has a player option. You think Eric Gordon's opting out of the deal?
No, he's
doubt
stealing this one more year. Yeah,
exactly. So you do have a couple of roadblocks of, all right, Drummond's back, and he probably has a lesser role. Gordon's back. I don't know what you do with them, but did you find enough, with Bona, Edwards, Grimes? You get McCain back. Do they have enough of a foundation that Embiid and George don't have to be counted on as much?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope we get the opportunity to have those discussions because you have to walk before you run, and those are running type of discussions, right? The walking discussions are, is Joel Embiid and Paul George available night to night? And how is their chemistry night to night? If we can get past those two questions, then we can start talking about those rotational conversations.
Right, because they never got a chance to play together. I mean, this was a complete waste of a season because they never had the opportunity.
They didn't learn anything.
No. I mean, Paul George said yesterday, hey, we have to hang out together this offseason. Like, we have to actually get together and hang out and, play together.
Yeah, sure. Hanging out, and, I agree with them. I agree with them. They need to hang out. They need to build that rapport and chemistry and respect and admiration for one another, right? Of course. But you need a lot more than hanging out, my dude.
Yeah, no question. Well, you got to hope and pray that they get to training camp and that they're healthy enough to go through a camp together, something they were not able to do this year because Embiid could not practice. He did not practice at training camp. And then they played some exhibition games, and then Paul George got hurt in the exhibition finale that made him not be able to get ready for the season. So you didn't have either one of them to start the season. And just from there, Pompey brought it up. He goes, they had the worst record in the league after 15 games, and everyone's like, it'll get better. Well, it never got better because they never got healthy.
Right. Yeah. All the injuries only continued to pile up and get worse. So it only got worse and worse from there. They never had an opportunity to turn that corner. So we shall see, man. It's I can talk about it till I'm blue in the face. I know that much, but we'll obviously be talking plenty more about it throughout the offseason and obviously with the draft and everything coming up with the 76ers key dates and deadlines. So we can sort of put the Phillies talk into the 5:30 segment if you want. I wanted to work in a couple thoughts from Rory and the Masters yesterday. One fun topic and one just overall summary that I had of that Masters Sunday, which I thought was just the definition of an awesome sports day. Like that roller coaster ride that Rory McIlroy took everyone on, whether you're a close avid golf fan or you're not at all. The Masters brings those people to the television, and then to get those people to have that type of performance to witness, I thought it was awesome. I thought it was one of the most polarizing days in recent sports history. That's how I categorized it. And I loved it and was so happy for Rory to finally get it done, and just a crazy Sunday.
Yeah, you saw history. I mean, he wins the Grand Slam, and he almost blows it. I mean, he's having a meltdown on the course.
So many times.
Yeah, it was the epitome of sports. That was the drama that you watch for. It's the highs, the lows, as he's playing for, I don't want to say immortality, but something that very, very, very few have been able to pull off. And he has failed at it over and over and over. And you're watching him melt down in the moment, it was riveting to see it all kind of come together.
It was. I mean, just when you thought, all right, he's got it now. Like, he's got the putt on the 18th. All right, he's finally got it. Nope, somehow shanks that putt that he made all day long. Right? There was just always something, and you're like, my goodness, we're going to be talking about this for another year. Like, Justin freaking Rose is going to win this thing, and we're going to be talking about Rory choking again on the biggest stage in the biggest fashion. I was just so happy that he was able to figure that out with that ultimate second approach shot to inevitably seal it. I thought it was awesome. So we talked about the Masters and their menu a little bit last week, like their food menu. I didn't realize, and if I did, I forgot it, that they still do not allow cell phones into the Masters, into Augusta, right? And you're watching all these gallery replays, and not one person has their phone. They're not allowed, but no one has their phone. No one's recording. You don't see any stupid videos on TikTok over the 4-day span. And I think that's so awesome and unique. And I'll go as far to say I think other sports leagues should adapt that. I have some thoughts, but I'll leave it there for a second.
Yeah, well,
not like permanently. Like, I'm not saying no one can ever bring a cell phone into an NBA game, right? That's idiotic. But maybe for like a finals series or, like certain moments, I do believe cell phones change how we're taking it in.
Yeah, well, the whole thing, half the time you're sitting there watching a game, the person in the front row is not even watching the game; they're on their phone. Yeah. The whole thing. Yeah, it's certainly changed the dynamics of why you're there even as a fan. Some people as a fan are only there to take pictures, to get video, to do all that stuff. I mean, certainly. Whereas you're at this moment, everyone is sitting there, bated breath, waiting. The oohs and the ahs of the crowd. It's almost like it's so refreshing to see it.
It is so refreshing, and it's just I applaud them to the highest level that they're still, they're taking that stance. Like, no, this is sacred ground, and I don't care what year it is. I don't care what technology we have outside these gates, so to speak. We're not letting you to have a cell phone, and I think it does impact the whole environment, and it trickles into how the players perform. I really do believe that.
Yeah, it's an event in sports that I don't know that I'll ever get to, but would yearn to.
Me too. I mean, I think it's on every sports fan's like top of their bucket list to the biggest extent. All right, we can move on from some of the Masters stuff. But I thought,
did you watch like all day yesterday?
Yeah, all day. Yeah.
Over the Phils.
Yes.
You went Masters over Phils. I mean,
100%.
not that the Phils was riveting yesterday. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was keeping up with updates and whatnot for the Phillies, but the Masters had me locked in, dude.
I went Phils. It was like 7-0, and then I was like flipping back and forth.
I said, like, that pressure that Rory was facing, I don't think there's any pressure like it in all of sports. I don't think a closer in Game 7 of the World Series. I think what Rory faced yesterday blows that out of the water. Like, I don't think you can equate what Rory dealt with yesterday.
I feel it's a good point. What is the most pressure-filled moment in sports? That has to be a guy with the gallery of that size all staring at you as you either tee off or take any shot where there's a pressure situation.
Listen, anyone listening out there, we're nervous when we have a birdie putt at Hamilton Trails Golf Club, okay? So for you magnify that by 100 million, and you magnify it with everything that Rory McIlroy has gone through in the past 14 years since his epic, infamous collapse in 2010, and to him having to overcome multiple collapses yesterday to get that win. I was like, the pressure that he's dealing with right now, like, forget the Markelle Fultz yips, forget any Game 7, forget any field goal Adam Vinatieri has kicked, right? Like, I don't think we can come up with any type of comparison.
I will say this: a hitter and a pitcher mano-a-mano with the stadium and the full all that stuff. Like, you put a one-on-one, that situation, yeah. That's one
for sure
where the pressure is big time, where the pitcher has to be pinpoint accurate, can't leave one out over the plate. The hitter has to, win that one-on-one nature of it is similar.
Is similar, but you're not alone. you're not alone, right? Like even just having the pitcher or vice versa, even just having the hitter, forget the players behind you in the field, right? At least you have that. It's not all on me, right? I can throw a bad pitch. He can bail me out with a bad swing. Someone behind me can make a great play, right? When you're that golfer out there with that pressure on that stage, there is no one to bail you out of that situation.
All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Yes, Maury, not Maury, Rory.
Well,
all right, we'll get back into another topic, another segment of Ryer Side next here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, hit the repost button, hit the like button. We'll talk to you again with another segment of Ryer Side. A couple more topics for you on the way. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. Caller 7 right now. Here's your chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets at our Eagles draft party. You must be present to win. Caller 7, dial 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. Caller 7 right now. You're entered. You are in, and now you are one step closer to winning Eagles Club Box tickets. These are unbelievable seats to see the Super Bowl champions at Lincoln Financial Field. You must be present to win at our Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resorts Gallery Bar Book and Games in Atlantic City on the day of the draft. We've got so many great prizes. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be packed that day. Overnight stays, concert tickets, and more. Caller 7. Good luck. All right, 5:33, Sports Bash. I want to tell you about my friends at Game Day Men's Health, Egg Harbor Township. You know, we're all getting older, guys, and the summer is here. If you want to get out and be the weekend warrior when the summertime gets here, I encourage you to talk to my friends at Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 15 minutes is all they need. Get your testosterone checked up. You get all the blood work. You get everything you need. It's basically like getting physical, man. You say, hey, I'm getting older. What do I got to do? Check me out. You stop on in over there on Ocean Heights, English Creek, and stop in. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, Egg Harbor Township. Tell Mike Gill from the Sports Best sent you. All right, we got more Ryan Side right now. Ryan Rothstein's back for another segment. Part 2, we're going to transfer this conversation over to the Phillies, who put out their lineup tonight. Bryson Stott's back at the top. Trey Turner's hitting 2. Bryce Harper hitting 3. Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, Max Kepler is back in the lineup today. Alec Boehm hits 8, and Johan Rojas hits 9. No Brandon Marsh tonight. He's going to sit for the next couple of days, according to Rob Thompson, at least today and tomorrow, and then there's a lefty on Wednesday. So probably 3 days in a row, no Brandon Marsh. He's hitting 108. So they're going to sit him. Do you sigh at this lineup tonight with Bryson Stott back at the top?
I'm going to be honest, man. I don't know what to think anymore. You know, after this recent road trip, I'm all over the place with this Phillies team. I really am. I'm honestly looking myself in the mirror and saying, man, I hope the Phillies are doing this same thing, because I don't know what to make of my assessment of this team. You know, one day I come on here and I'm trying to find the positives of these lineup changes and I'm trying to give Topper credit. The next day I'm frustrated and sick and tired of it, right? Like, here's a couple of stats for you. Okay, Harper's basically getting on base at a 400 clip average. Trey Turner, his batting average right now is 240 with a 661 OPS. JT Realmuto, 238 batting average with a 629 OPS. Marsh, 0 for 26 since March 30th. Alec Boehm, 5 for 45 since March 30th. This team, outside of Harper and Schwarber, Mike Gill, they're an absolute freaking joke. Over this past road trip, that's what they are, right? So, and I'll pose it as this. Is this Phillies lineup, as it stands today, more of a strength or a weakness to them?
The lineup has been a weakness.
The lineup changes, I should clarify. Is it a strength or a weakness?
The way that they have stacked it now?
The way that they continue to stack it and continue to change it like a revolving door.
Oh, okay, that's different. I was going to say, continue to stack it. The one problem is this is the third different leadoff hitter they've had in 15 games already this year.
Right.
They tried this cockamamie thing where Schwarber's against righties and Turner's against lefties. Well, this goes back to they're 2 bats short. They need a right-handed bat. Here's the problem. They signed one a couple of years ago. His name was Nick Castellanos. He can't hit. All right. They signed him for $100 million to be the right-handed bat to hit behind Harper. He can't do it. So
but
they
is this on, and I have no problem bashing Nick Castellanos, but let me push back on you a little bit here. Is this on Nick Castellanos? Like, are there shortcomings on Casty? Right? The reason why they failed in the postseason, or is it on Casty or a lack of a right-handed bat? I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that.
Well, okay, so if someone looks at this lineup and says, what are they lacking? You would say they need a right-handed bat in the middle of the lineup that can hit behind Harper.
Okay, if we decided today that Schwarber is the bat, I know he's not a right-handed bat, just bear with me. If we decided today that Schwarber is the protection, for better or worse this year, how would you feel about that? Would that make you feel better about this team? I think it would.
Say it again.
If we decided, if Topper and the Phillies decided today that Schwarber is the protection behind Harper, would that make you feel better about this team moving forward?
Well, I mean, they had no other choice because the Braves intentionally walked him twice in the same game.
No,
and they basically said, look, Boehm isn't hitting. Castellanos went 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. So this is the alternative. We have to move Schwarber there. So, yes, the problem is you take Schwarber. He's not Bugs Bunny. He can't hit 1 and 4. You can only pick one spot for him. So right now, 4, because it goes back to, this is the big picture problem. They signed Nick Castellanos to a $100 million deal, and he's not a $100 million player. That's what
Trey
it is.
Turner ain't a $300 million player, and JT ain't worth a lick either right now at the
plate. I said the day they signed Trey Turner, he's not worth $300 million, and this contract's going to kill them because he's here for 8 more years, $300 million. Your ROI on Trey Turner, your biggest two problems is you got a $100 million guy that should be hitting in the 4 hole who can't hit 4 because he doesn't produce. You have a $300 million guy that you should be able to lead off or hit number 2, but you don't get any impact from him, but you have to hit him there because he's making $300 million. So you're kind of stuck with that. You tried hitting him 8, 7, 5 the other year. Then you gave him a standing ovation, then moved them back to the top of the lineup. So he's either 1 or 2. You're not getting that production. The $100 million guy, you're getting no production for. Then the other guys who have been somewhat productive for you, Bohm, Marsh, Stott, they've been okay. They've been solid. But the other 2 guys, Turner and Castellanos, haven't lived up to their deals. So if they live up to their deals while the other guys are okay, you're a better team. Now those guys stink, and your $100 million guy and your $300 million guy are certainly not giving you the ROI, so that's bringing everybody down.
At what point do they have to have a meeting, or I don't care what they do, but at what point do they say, guys, we got to stop with the lineup changes? That's part 1 of this question. Part 2, who do you think this is impacting the most? These changes day to day. I mean, we're talking about Bohm struggles, Marsh's struggles. And honestly, if you're batting 7, 8, or 9, I'm not really trying to magnify your issues, dude. No offense, but like this team has bigger concerns for me in my mind. But still, it has to be impacting Turner, has to be impacting JT, has to be impacting Stott. At what point do you put an end to this nonsense?
Listen, the problem, a lot of this, we talk about the Sixers roster construction. You have 5 left-handed hitters in this lineup. 4 of them right now are hitting about 200 or less against left-handed pitching. Every day when you face a team that has left-handed pitching, you have now put yourself into a spider web trying to figure out how to get out of it, because every time you put a lineup together with 5 lefties in them, 2 of them end up hitting next to each other. And if the 2 of those guys are at the bottom of the order, they're generally guys that can't hit. So now you're getting no production there. And now you have a situation where Harper's not even hitting lefties. He's hitting 208 against left-handed pitching. Stott's hitting 063 against left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
So these guys are outs every single game against a left-handed pitching. So that means when you face a right-hander, you better murder that guy. Well, that's not happening either, because that's just not the way it works. So, yes, you're going to go through these, they have a roster construction problem. Why? Because they need a right-handed bat that can hit in the middle of the order so that they can separate the 2 lefties, Harper and Schwarber. The problem was they signed Castellanos to a $100 million deal to be that guy, and they can't hit him 4. They have to hit him 5 or 6 or 7, because anytime you hit him in the 4 hole, he strikes out every single time he's up.
Who gets fired first, Dombrowski or Topper? I know there's not a firing in the near future, but you make a lot of interesting points, a lot of good points that I agree with. And I'm sitting here saying, like, man, we can isolate and magnify Topper all we want. And, the city will continue to do that, fair or foul. But at what point does Dombrowski get kicked to the curb here? Could that happen in season? Probably not, but you never know if things get really bad. I mean, do they try and move Trey Turner if things don't get any better? Like, I don't know. I know I'm throwing a lot of questions at you with that, but if you're the Phillies right now, like, what's priority number 1 if things continue to go south?
That's a good question, because so Castellanos, nobody wants. I mean, yeah, you could probably trade him for whatever, but you're not getting anything from Nick Castellanos. He's making $20 million this year and again next year. He's a okay right-handed bat. Nick Castellanos hit 34 homers, and hit 309 when they signed him. That was the year he was coming off of. Okay. Yeah. He hasn't come close to that. He hasn't come close. So you're getting a guy who's a
bad contract. It was a bad contract.
It's a bad contract. You're getting a guy. So you're trying to trade a guy who's a 260 hitter with 23 home runs. Those guys are everywhere. I mean, you can find those guys all over the place. Not for $100 million. You don't need to pay him. Trey Turner is getting paid $300 million. He hits 280. Come on.
Yeah. He's hitting 240 past 2 weeks.
Right now he's hitting 240, I'm saying, but he's a 280 hitter with, 22 home runs and maybe 80 RBI. You're not getting $300 million out of production out of that guy ever. Not in Trey Turner's best year ever. is he worth the contract he signed?
Is this on Bryce Harper at all? I mean, all you've been doing is bringing in all of Bryce Harper's boys.
He turned into Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, seriously. Well, I mean, listen, he ain't going to get fired. It's going to be Dombrowski, if anyone does. But come on, they're trying to please Bryce. All right, let's go get your boy Turner. Let's go get your boy JT. That's all they've been doing.
Hey, listen, the JT thing I was not a fan of. However, they really have no options at that position in the organization. They traded the kid Hoppy away to get Brandon Marsh. They have no catching depth in the organization. So, really, I mean, you realistically trade it to get Real Muto, then you were backed into a corner of what we have nobody else in the organization. What are we going to do? Yeah. And look, he's a serviceable catcher. He's a great defensive arm still. He can still throw better than anybody in the league for the most part. But offensively, he's a nothing burger. He's a number 8 hole hitter. On this team, he's got to hit 6 because they got 5 8-hole hitters on this team right now.
Yeah, right now they do. They need the all-star version of Alec Boehm. They need the version of Cassie that they signed initially, and they're not getting anywhere close to those guys.
Yeah, no, listen, I said this before. It's 15 games in. I'm not making any rash judgments, but what I will say is this.
Well, we can only judge what we've seen.
We can judge what we've seen, but this is what I'll say. They've had the same issues in 2022, 2023, 2024, and now for 15 games of 2025, it's the same offense. I have seen no evolution, no changes, no nothing. These guys are who they are, and other teams have the scouting reports on you now. They've seen this team together collectively. When we play the Phillies, here's our scouting report. We don't have to change it. We don't have to do anything because we had the same scouting report in 2022. We have the same scouting report in 2023. We have the same scouting report in 2024. And guess what? I could go to the printer and print out a whole other thing and say, hey, here you go. Here's the last 3 years worth of this team. They haven't changed a lick. You brought Max Kepler in. Did you think that was going to rejuvenate this lineup? I mean, come on.
The Keebler's elf? Come on, man. It's, I mean, in any meaningful game, you shouldn't be throwing any pitches to Schwarber or Harper. I mean, that's the scouting report right there. I just gave it to you.
Yeah. I mean, when Harper, when Schwarber, when Castellanos hits, if he was here doing his job, you could hit him in the 4 hole. Okay, there's the right-handed bat that you have to pitch to Harper because you're worried, I don't want to have to get to Castellanos because he could hurt me.
Yeah.
They had no fear about who was after Harper, the Braves. They intentionally walked them twice. And at that point, the Phillies said, we can't have this all year. So they had to move Schwarber to that spot. Well, then all that does is leave you short either at the leadoff spot. Bryson Stott, okay, listen. When the lineup turns over, when the 9-hole hitter gets on base and you turn the lineup back to the top, are you excited that you're back to the top of the lineup when Bryson Stott's sitting there?
No, you're hoping you have 0 outs or 1 out.
Exactly. You should feel, all right, we're back to the top of the lineup, and that's not happening with Bryson Stott. Now, at the bottom of the order, fine, he grinds at bats, he fouls pitches off, and he gets on. At the top of the order, though, I need more impact out of him, and he just doesn't have it. And the problem is, okay, hit Trey Turner 1. Well, now I can't hit Stott 2 because I got 3 left-handers back to back to back again.
Yep, and then you have that heaviness at the bottom of the order that is just stink. You're just spreading out stink right now is what you're doing.
Yeah. Listen, they're a good team. They're going to be fine in terms of the big picture. But big picture World Series, they got the same issues that they've had. And their pitching's good enough that they'll win 90, 95 games with these guys because they're going to have the better pitcher almost every night of the week. But offensively in October, it's the same thing again. Same thing. Unless they figure out a way to find a right-handed bat, I will always – one of the biggest Philly sports what-ifs for me, where would they have hit Rhys Hoskins the year that he tore his ACL?
Yeah, we sort of stumbled upon that conversation like 3-4 weeks back. I thought it was a good one by us. I think that is one of the bigger what ifs. I completely agree. We can end with this. Is there any chance that they try and trade Trey Turner this year? Like, what is the biggest what if that they could possibly do in season this year?
What was the biggest what if for the Phillies?
That they can possibly do this year? Like, is it trading Trey Turner? Like, what's something sort of crazy they can
listen,
still
if somebody called you and said, I'd take Trey Turner, I think if I'm the Phillies, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd get out of that contract 100 times in a row. And I'm quite frankly don't even care what you're giving me back almost in return. I just want to get out of that deal. I have Aiden Miller. I'll play him and take my lumps or whatever. I just want to get out of that contract and start over there. So that would be number one if I could do that. Number two is the other thing is it's so hard because you can't trade. You're not trading Harper. You're not trading Real Muto. You're not trading Cass. Nobody wants Cass. They really have so few moves to make.
No, they do. I'm just curious, what you just said is very interesting about if I just get rid of that Trey Turner contract, I don't even care what we're getting back. I'll take my lumps with Aiden Miller. That speaks volumes. My thought when you say that is, at what point do the Phillies have that mindset and adopt that mindset?
All right, there's another edition. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Later, man.
All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show coming up next. Time for the Bet365 play of the day as we get out of here on this Monday edition of. What do we got?
Mike, you went 2-1 on Friday. Celtics blasted the Hornets. The Warriors blasted Portland. Those Sixers and Hawks just couldn't score enough points to hit the over. You are now 147, 98.
I should have learned my lesson not to put any of my money on. Right? Never a good idea. All right, Bet365 play of the day. We've got no hoops. I had a tremendous hoops. What was my record? For most of that. Most of that was all hoops.
I would say half.
Well, that's what we built this record up on. Was a lot of the hoops. We had a tremendous hoop season. We're looking forward to a big-time playoff season as well. Let's see. What do we got for you tonight? We got a little baseball, I guess, right? Should I get into the baseball world?
Well, that's what you got.
Hockey? No hockey. I'm not betting hockey. I am going with the Tigers. All right, got Scooble on the mound. I'll go Tigers tonight. Tigers are playing. What did I write? There we go. Tigers versus Milwaukee. I like the Tigers today. That's my Bet365 play of the day. We'll get into baseball. I got to start doing my baseball.
At least until the weekend. They got all the
Scooble pitching tonight. I'm going to take Scooble. Not going to get a lot of value for you there. But
safe.
I know he hasn't got off to a great start. I think he's bouncing back. All right, that's it for me. Josh has game night next. I'll be back tomorrow. Great night, everybody. Thanks to everybody who listened and appreciate you as always.